Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City of Casa Grande study session. Fire Department on the docket. So, Chief or Larry, if you want to set it up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I can just say a few words before I hand the baton to Chief Keene. I know the mayor and council is very familiar with the fact that for the last several years now, the city has been, as an organization, has been looking at mechanisms and approaches to modifying, updating our facilities and ensuring that we've got quality facilities for our employees and for our residents in the community. And so tonight, what we've asked Chief Keene to present to the mayor and council is a bit of an overview on our existing conditions at our fire stations in Casa Grande. And I know that some of this is, in fact, a follow-up, if you will, an update to a presentation that Chief Scott Miller made probably about a year ago. We've had to make some very difficult decisions recently with Station 503, and I know he's going to cover some of that this evening as well. There may be some questions specifically for that. But ultimately, this is really just an opportunity for the mayor and council to get an update on those particular facilities, number one. Number two, to consider some of the concepts that we've been contemplating from a staff perspective, and for ultimately for council to give staff some direction on the next steps. And so with that, I'll ask Chief Keene to begin his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. I apologize for the way I look. I planned on getting dressed. I even got a white shirt out and got it ironed and everything, but we had a big fire this afternoon, and we just left that fire and came here. I'm sure most of you guys saw it. It was pretty impressive, along with the 2,000 people that decided to drive their cars over there and block our way too. So I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you guys tonight. I know all of you guys have been very supportive of the fire department, and I kind of wanted to give you a little bit of an overview. I've talked to some of you about some of this stuff before, and I know this is stuff that you care about. Obviously, our membership cares about it because they're here as well, but this is just a study session, so I just kind of want to give you a little bit of an overview of how things are going, and I'm sure you guys have some questions about 503. That was a tough decision, and I'll talk about my reasonings for that and explain it to you. So just a couple of introductory type slides, our mission statement or vision statement. I think we're all clear on that. I know you guys have been very supportive of all this. So I don't have great news tonight, but I do have one bit of great news. So I figured if I'm coming here, I'm going to give you the good news and the bad news. So the first piece of news is actually going to be good news. We are at 91 people now on our department, total personnel, 6 people on the command staff. We got operations at 63. Prevention still has 3. We're going to be talking about that very shortly, about that issue. Communications, we still have 19, and office staff. I think most of you guys are familiar. We've talked about the ISO rating for the city of Casa Grande before. ISO comes in and evaluates your city and decides what your rating is based on your response times, based on your comm center, based on your fire prevention efforts, based on your water department. We did that update about 5 years ago when I first got here. We did an update, and we upgraded, so the lower your number, the better it is. We upgraded from 4 to 3. I want to report to you tonight that we actually just finished another upgrade, and we got upgraded to Class 2. Which is very impressive for a small city like this. We're now basically, there's 4% of the fire departments in the United States are Class 2. So it is impressive, and it's largely because of many of the things you guys have done and supported us with. So that's the one piece of good news. We're now an ISO Class 2. The state of the fire department, we were able to move to a Class 2 because of several things. Our emergency communication center is functioning at a very high level right now. Laura Martinez is here, our communication center manager. She's done a lot of really great things over there with staff, with training, changing some of the scheduling around, putting some leads in charge and allowing some of our employees to have a little bit more input on the supervision and helping out with that. And obviously, you guys know you've spent a lot of money on communications equipment. Very shortly, we'll be going live with our 800 system, which we are going to be doing that in conjunction with the county of Pinell County. That's a huge project. You guys are aware of the stuff we've done. We changed out the antenna at the park over here, and we're doing some upgrades to some of the satellite spots. But very shortly, in the next couple of weeks, the police department will be switching over 100% to the 800 system. And that'll be a tremendous, it's not as much of an improvement for the fire department, the 800 system, because it doesn't work well inside of buildings for firefighting and stuff, but the police department's very excited about it. They're gonna have 800 capability. They'll be able to speak to any other officers, sheriffs. We had that pursuit a few years ago where they were chasing the guy out here and eventually ran out of radio range. They weren't able to talk to the dispatch and people like that that they needed to communicate with and coordinate with. So that 800 system will be in service in just a few weeks. We are the first agency in Pinell County that'll be going to the 800 system besides Pinell County Sheriffs. We did a lot of work. We've been meeting a lot with Arizona Water and talking to them about some of our water concerns and some of our issues with our hydrants. And we did see some improvements in that. Our community risk reduction, you guys all know Martha Bender. She does a great job with our public education efforts, and we saw some improvements in that. And the biggest thing that we did, we changed some of our deployment strategies. We are now basically doing active move-ups. When two engine companies from the south side are on calls, we move an engine company from the north down to Cottonwood and Treckle. I'm sure you guys have seen the fire engine parked at the Safeway parking lot. Nobody shops that much. That's where we park them. That's kind of our midpoint in the city, and they park in that parking lot there so that they can still go back north if something happens to the north, but they're also available to come south. That move up has helped significantly. And then the second part is something you guys did. Well, you guys did it, and then COVID helped us even more. So we put the low acuity unit in service. We were supposed to put it in service in July, on July 1. Because of COVID and some of the funding opportunities, we ended up putting the low acuity unit in service back in March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, we put it in service. And that's gonna be reimbursed to us by the government at about a 75% rate. So we're doing pretty well with that. The low acuity unit's helping a lot. It's assigned here at Station 1, and it's helping a lot. It responds on low acuity calls in Station 1 and Station 2's areas. We also use them for times when our private ambulance service is not available, or they tell us, oh, we have a 30-minute ETA, we send our low acuity unit out there. It's a little bit of a disadvantage for us because it puts them out of service because they have to transport somebody. And the big disadvantage is we don't get to bill for that. So it's a free ride for that person. But we feel that that's better for the citizens to get them to the hospital quickly. So we end up eating that, but it's worked out really well. Financially for the department, we're realizing some of the benefits of the SAFER grant. You guys are well aware of the SAFER grant. We were able to hire 10 new firefighters. All 10 of those firefighters are now on board. 2 of them were in the class back at the beginning of the year and have graduated and are well into their probation. The other 8 graduated a few weeks ago. We had planned on bringing them in for a swearing-in ceremony, but it wasn't able to happen just because of the COVID stuff. But those 8, including 2 females in that group as well, so are now on the floor, and they're functioning and doing a great job. Our overtime costs are elevated. Clearly, we understand that, and we know that's an issue, and we've spoken to the city manager about that, and he's aware of it as well. One of the things that we've kind of talked about, Mary Allen's been great with us helping out with our reimbursements, but the reimbursements that we're applying for right now are reimbursements from last fiscal year. They're from March 17th to June 30th. Well, that's money that's already been spent and gone. And I'm assuming when that comes in, the city manager is going to say, put that back in the general fund. The July 1st to now, that's where my overtime costs are way over, and I don't have that money yet, and we haven't been reimbursed, and we're not really sure when that's going to happen exactly. We've been assured it will. There's some talk, originally that was to be reimbursed at a 75% rate. There's some talk with the new administration that that'll be reimbursed at 100%. So we'll see how that goes. So essentially, the COVID unit is costing us much, much less than we originally briefed you guys and told you guys it was going to cost. One of the benefits of COVID, I guess. We've had an increase, a significant increase, obviously, you realize, in our PPE, and we've had to change some of our policies, response policies. Our dispatch does a great job of kind of screening them on the phone. If they're able to come to the door or come outside and remove them to an outside environment for us to transport. So we've done a lot of the changes you would expect to happen. There are still some facilities that have COVID patients that are deathly ill, and we still have to enter, which is something we do. Our guys do that on a regular basis. They have to go to facilities and go inside. But PPE is great. We're doing well with PPE, and we've got a good supply of that. I will tell you that we're on pace to exceed our response numbers. We're probably going to be upwards of 12,000, and we may even hit 13,000 by the end of this fiscal year. So we are still increasing significantly our call load, and our call load increasing is what causes us issues. The low acuity unit, it's on there. The dynamic movement, moving people to Truckle and Cottonwood for city coverage, are things that we're doing to kind of mitigate some of the response gaps. Just put this in here briefly because I got your ear, so I thought I'd bring this up. I know you guys are well aware of this because of all the house permits, but with all the permits being issued for houses and all the new businesses that are going on, that's caused us a tremendous increase in fire prevention inspections. You can see the number there for inspections was 400 last year. This is by calendar year, too, by the way. It was 400, and 2020 it was 1,005. So very significant increase of workload for the fire marshal, inspector. Plan reviews also are very significantly up from what we've had previously. And then on the 83, we've had 83 formal fire investigations for arson investigations or fire investigations that were believed to be suspicious. That's double what we had the previous year. So Mike Webster, our fire marshal, and his people have been very, very busy working on all that stuff. We are, and I know you guys are, you know all about this, and you're very excited. We're all very excited about this. In the next month or two, breaking ground on phase 2 of Lucid, which is another 2.1 million square feet, which is twice what we have out there. And Lucid 1, the first phase of Lucid 1, was a tremendous strain on our resources. It took a lot of work to get that through, but phase 2 being twice the size of that's going to be even more. And we've got a plan together, and we're working with Mr. Weaver and Mr. Raines on that and what we're going to do with that. Rest assured, it'll all be taken care of. But I just wanted to kind of bring that up to let you know that it is very, very busy. Nothing's getting slower right now. No, that's apparatus stuff. So our facilities, that's kind of what I want to talk to you guys tonight about, facilities. That's the main focus of all this, and hopefully I can answer all your questions. Fire Station 501, 119 East Florence. Fire Station 502 is 1479 East 9th. Fire Station 503 was at the airport, and Fire Station 504 is on McCartney. You guys are very aware of that. That's our newer station that's out on McCartney. So maintenance costs for these stations, Station 1, 2, 3, and 4. Primarily what I want to talk to you guys tonight about is Station 1, 2, and 3. Station 4 is a new station. It is what it is. It's where it is. It's not going to change. We don't have the ability to move it or do anything different with that. But Kevin Lewis and Nick have been instrumental in helping us kind of keep the Band-Aids and keep the fixes going on these fire stations. I don't think there's a day, or at least every other day, that they're in one of our stations doing some sort of work or repair or something, because the stations are so old. You guys can read this later. The bottom line is the fire stations that we do have are in disrepair. They've surpassed their useful life. Fire station designs now, when you design a fire station, you're typically designing a station for a 50-year lifespan. So, you know, if you build a little tiny fire station, that's not going to be good enough in 50 years. You're going to have other issues and problems. Right now, Fire Station 501 is 70 years old. Fire Station 502 is 25 years old. Fire Station 503, which I think most of you guys, I'm sure you've heard this because I hear it like 4 times a week. Oh, I went to high school in that trailer. Oh, I had gym class in that trailer. Oh, I had fencing in that trailer. I mean, I hear every story in the world about what people did in that trailer. As near as we can tell, that trailer was built in 1973. It was here at the high school, and at some point in the 90s, it was moved to that site down at the airport. Essentially, what I'm here to tell you guys about tonight is that the current and growth of the city has rendered our fire stations inefficient for emergency response. And I'll kind of go into some of the reasons for that, but it's increased our response time somewhat. And it's not just our response times. I'll talk to you guys a little bit about some of the other stuff. It's the getting back to the station, getting back into the station, and getting stuff set up for the next call that we're going to be going on. Skip over that one. So Fire Station 501 is built in the 50s. It's about 70 years old. It was expanded in the 80s. About 40 years ago, they added that third bay on the east side of the building. That third bay that's on the east side of the building will only support small support vehicles. It won't fit a fire engine or a ladder truck in there. The station's out of OSHA compliance. I didn't bring them with me, but and I hope when this is done today, I hope you guys reach out. If you guys, any of you would like to go look at the stations and see some of the stuff I'm talking about, Donna's already been out with me. She wanted to look at 503s, so I took her out and showed her 503s, and we went to 504s also, and I kind of showed her what things should look like, and then we went to 503s, and she saw what things did look like. And you know, we'll let her express her opinion about that, but we have issues at the fire stations. It doesn't meet any of the ADA compliance criteria. We have 7 people assigned to Station 501. And don't get me wrong, I love Station 501. I like old fire stations. It's just basically outgrown and outlived its usefulness as a fire station. The dorm rooms are an open style concept. In other words, the men and women all sleep in the same room together. There's 1 bathroom and 1 shower in the station for 7 people. There is a toilet out on the apparatus floor. 501s, you guys know, kind of is our, it's supposed to be our crux, it's our highlight, it's our downtown station it's Station 1. It's our busiest station in the city. It has an engine company with 4 people. We keep our low acuity unit there. We also, with a city as small as we are, we have a lot of companies and equipment that is basically swing companies. For example, when we have a fire like this and we need a ladder truck out there, we don't have a ladder truck that's in time. It's not in service 24/7. They have to jump off the fire engine and man the ladder truck and bring the ladder truck to a fire. So we have a need to store. Again, my thanks to you guys. You guys have been nothing but kind and wonderful and very supportive of equipment and apparatus for the department. We have top-of-the-line apparatus, top-of-the-line equipment. But when you have top-of-the-line equipment, you want to keep it inside so it doesn't get damaged or sit out in the sun, and we don't have that at some places. We have stuff sitting outside that shouldn't be sitting outside. We keep a reserve ladder truck, a reserve fire engine, and our reserve ambulance at Station 501. So it's very, very crowded. And like I said, if any of you guys want to go tour, we'll be more than happy to take you over there. Station 501 handles the downtown area. They go to Interstate 8. They handle the railroads. They handle the west side of Casa Grande Mountain Park, Francisco Grande, Grande Sports World. They have a huge industrial manufacturing area. You guys are aware of all this stuff out to the west. They're the first in-engine company for Lucid. They have some very busy highways, Gila Bend Highway, and that out that way we get a lot of bad accidents out there. They're also first in on a lot of those things out there. They're also first into Abbott, Frito-Lay, and our SRP plant. So that fire station is protecting some facilities that are worth millions and millions of dollars in the city. It's a very important cornerstone to our fire protection in the city. As with all of our fire stations in the city, every station we have programs. Our captains and stuff are assigned a program to take care of because there's only 5 chiefs on the department and we can't do everything. So we have captains that are assigned programs, which is great because they take care of that. Our hose management program is at Station 501. So if you have a hose management program, You also have to store all the hose. So there's a room there that's completely filled with hose. It can't be used for anything else other than storing hose. Our wildfire management program is there. That's where we keep our wildfire equipment. There's different turnouts and different gear that you wear for wildfires than you do for structure fires. We also have different radios for wildfire. So that's stuff that we have to keep secure and in a room, and all the wildlife training records and all that stuff. Our guys go to a fire and their pants get ripped or their turnouts get ripped. We have to have extra PPE, personal protective equipment and uniform stuff. So we have a small storage room there with a lot of uniforms and all the stuff that we issue to our new recruits when they go to the academy. So there's a room dedicated to that there. Can't be used for anything else. It's filled with uniforms and gear. Our fire station supplies, this is what a lot of times people go, what? Our fire stations have supplies. They need toilets. There's 7 people living there 24/7. So imagine your house with 7 people 24/7. You need a lot of toilet paper, paper towels, dish soap, laundry soap, all that stuff. Fire station supplies, that station maintains the supplies for the whole city. They do the bulk purchases and then they break them up and send them out to the stations. And medical supply restock, you guys authorized the purchase of a vending machine that we're putting in the lobby. And that's basically a vending machine so that 503s was the place we stored medical supplies, but we're not storing them there now, so we have them at headquarters. So the vending machine is so the fire engines, when they leave the hospital, could come by, they punch their ID number or scan their ID card, and they're able to pull supplies out of that vending machine to restock their fire engine and the drug boxes. That's a good thing for us because those things cost money and they're expensive. So that vending machine is going to allow us to have a much better, an accurate record of inventory. We'll know what we have on stock, what we've distributed out. I know that Tony the False came by and got some morphine, and then I go, why did Tony the False come by and get some morphine? So it basically gives us the ability to look and see what people are getting out of there, how much they took, and if there's a valid reason for it. So it's a good thing. The vending machine's going to be great. Fire Station 502 down here behind Lowe's was built in 1995. It's 26 years old. It was built at a time when the city was rapidly expanding. I'm told that that fire station was built for $220,000. $250,000. So essentially, it's
Bob Jackson's claim to fame.
It's essentially, if you go see it, it's basically, they built a single-family home with a big garage outside.
Exactly.
I don't want to criticize or slam somebody. It probably was necessary at the time. Not appropriate for a fire station that we have today. It's not OSHA compliant. It's a wood frame construction building. It's not a commercial building. It is essentially, looks very much like a single-family dwelling that somebody moved a fire engine into. There's a myriad of problems there. You know, we have ice machines in our stations for the firefighters to get cold water.
Yeah, exactly.
Our ice machines out on the apparatus floor, so it gets filled with exhaust from the fire engines when they leave. We don't have the ability to move the ice machine somewhere else. There's no room in the station for anything else. There's been talks, I know at one time they were kind of discussing adding another bay on there. Well, there's no reason to add another bay on there because we don't even have enough room to put a low acuity or an ambulance there if we get our CON. So it's a 4-person station. And that's kind of what I talked about. When you build fire stations for a 50-year station, you don't typically want to build a 4-person fire station in this day and age. You want to build a larger station for expansion in the future. Fire Station 502 is our second busiest fire station in the city. It also is out of OSHA compliance, doesn't meet ADA requirements. There's 4 people assigned there, so there's 12 people there, which means in the mornings at shift change, there's always 8 people at shift change. So it's very crowded. We have a lot of apparatus at that fire station that's stored outside. You can see in that picture there at the bottom, our technical rescue trailer and one of our brush rigs are stored outside at that fire station. This is where our ladder truck is and our ladder tender, which is our fire engine that has all the ladder company equipment. We keep a brush truck there, and also our technical rescue team is stationed at that station. It's, again, it's a swing company or as they put on the slide here, an adapted response station. They either go on the engine or they go on the ladder tender. They go on the ladder tender or they go on the ladder truck when they go to a call, depending on what kind of call it is. You guys, sorry. You guys know most of this. They come here to downtown, they go out that way to the promenade, they go to the 10 a lot, the Interstate 8 a lot. They cover the railroad, Casa Grande Mountain on the east side, and they go citywide for ladder company responses. They are the ladder company. They go to every fire in the city. This station has all of our technical rescue technicians. We've spent a lot of time, and you guys have spent a lot of money on training them up to be technical rescue technicians. We've spent a lot of money and grant money on equipment that's very expensive. So basically our technical rescue station is in a location that it's not appropriate again. They do roof operations, force entry, search and rescue. Some of the programs that are run out of this, let me go to this first. Built, what programs are run out of 502s? There's no programs, we don't have any storage there at all, right? We don't have any real programs at 502s because literally that station has the bedrooms for the guys, a bathroom, a kitchen, a training room, and the apparatus floors. There's no like closet space or storage or anything, so none of our programs are able to be run out of that station at all because there's zero storage there at all. Station 503, this is the one I expect probably you guys have some questions about, but I think we can answer all of them. It was built in 1973, it's 50 years old. It was built and used here at the high school. It was donated to the city in the 80s. The station, I made the decision, and it was a tough decision, and it was a difficult decision, but we decided to close the station about a month and a half ago. One of the reasons, there's several reasons. One, the station is falling apart. The station is infested with termites. We spent about, you guys spent about $60,000 or $70,000 a couple years ago redoing all the floor in there because it was so badly eaten by termites. Well, we had an area that of the floor in front of the bathroom that was starting to cave in. We noticed it was significantly, it's a double wide trailer is what it is, for a better, lack of a better description. It's a double wide trailer. And when you would go to the bathroom, you would kind of sink down. And we had facilities came out and did an evaluation of it. And when they pulled up the floor, they were like, the underneath the place is just filled with termites. Well, termites, lots of termites are there, so now there's lots of mice there eating all the termites. There's lots of mice there, so now there's also lots of snakes there eating the mice. It doesn't matter who you are. I don't think anybody likes to have mice and rodents and stuff running across you while you're sleeping in your bed. Even tough firefighters don't like that. I don't like mice, and I don't like rodents, and I don't like any of that kind of stuff. But that has happened. We've had one of our captains was sitting at her computer at night working, and she looked down, and 2 mice ran across her feet while she was sitting there on her computer at night. They came in, did an evaluation. There was a very expensive estimate to come in and do the mitigation on the termites. It wasn't just putting a tent over the station and spraying it. It was drilling down into the ground around the place and doing a lot of mitigation. And it was, I want to say $15,000, $18,000 estimate to do that. After they finished that, they would then have to come in and rip up all the subfloor on the entire thing and replace it again, which is another thousands and thousands of dollars to do. So I came to the realization that it didn't make sense to continue putting money into this fire station. It doesn't make sense to me to put $10,000 into a trailer that, in my estimation, isn't even worth $10,000. I'm not an expert on this stuff, but it doesn't look to me like it's worth very much money because it's so old and it's in such bad shape. And that's not to say that our people don't take care of their facilities and their buildings. You go to Station 504, very well maintained and very well taken care of. That station is tough. You got same thing. You got 12 people living there 24/7 all the time. And to keep it in good shape was very difficult. And they did a great job doing that over the years. It's amazing to me that it lasted as long as it did. Station 503 has been a little bit tougher for us. Station 503 houses Engine 503 with our 4 people. It also has a brush truck. It has our 3,000-gallon water tender, and we also keep a reserve engine there and some of our mountain equipment, our all-terrain vehicle there. That's another station where if a brush fire comes in or we need the ladder or the water tender or a brush rig, the crew can either split or they get on that apparatus and go on the brush fire on the brush rig. This station also had dorm rooms. It was an open style concept. There's no privacy at all. Males and females all slept in the same room. There's 2 bathrooms, 1 shower for the station. We also spent, I want to say we spent about $7,000 or $10,000 last year solving a sewage issue that we had there because the septic tank had gone there badly. And luckily, fortunately, Facilities was able to find a sewer line that was near, but they had to drill to it and get to that and hook into it so we could resolve I won't go into great detail, but you were taking a shower and things were coming out of the drain that you didn't want to shower with. It was horrible. Fire Station 503 obviously handles the north end of the city, goes on the 10. The airport, they also come south a lot. They go to all of our brush fires, wildfires. They also go to state land brush requests out of the city. North Mountain and any other requests in the city for a water tender. We had programs at Fire Station 503 because we did have the ability to store some stuff there. That was where we kept our medical supplies. We also had just recently built a brand new wildfire management room to hold all the wildfire gear and the wildfire radios, which is now not working. And some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with, when you're driving down Pinell, you see we had a lot of our training props and stuff that are out there on the grounds of the airport station. I've had some questions about the airport. The airport that's here in the city of Casa Grande, and you guys probably already know this, but I'll say it for the benefit of people listening and watching. The airport is not an airport. Airports are indexed by the size and the type of aircraft that land there. Our airport's not an airport that requires a fire station to be on the grounds of the airport or at the airport. It's not big enough and we don't have enough traffic at the airport. It was nice to have. It's not something that's required and we need to have. I can tell you that when you do get an airport that needs or requires it, then the FAA helps you pay for the fire station and the equipment there. So we did not have that situation at this station. 3 or 4 years ago, when I first came to Casa Grande as the operations chief, one of the things I spoke to you guys about, one of the first things I talked to you guys about was fire station locations. And I spoke to you guys, probably most of you guys remember that were here. I gave you guys a presentation about Deccan. Deccan is a computer program, it's software that you guys allowed me to purchase, and it's a predictive modeling tool. It uses historical CAD data. In other words, it takes our information from our calls that we've already run, and it plots them where they were when they got the call, how long it took them to get the call, and the addresses. It also works in conjunction with Esri, which is a computer program that the city already had and uses, most cities do, that takes into account traffic flow. It takes into account speed limits. It takes into account one-way streets. It takes into account basically all the things for traveling to and from calls. This response model also looks at, Adam's the individual program that Deccan makes. It looks at availability. It looks at the number of calls you've had. So it basically takes all that information and it has an algorithm and it predicts response times based on historical data. The reason this is important, and I'm just as guilty of this as other people, but being in the fire service for 37 years, I've seen fire stations built places where they shouldn't have been built. And that's not to say it wasn't great that a fire station was being built, but sometimes cities and jurisdictions, and I can tell you my old city, my old jurisdiction that I worked at, built a fire station at a location because the city owned the property. But it was not where the fire station needed to be. It was not appropriate for the response times. And a lot of chiefs and fire service managers, and I'm guilty of it just like everybody else, after 37 years, you do get some intuition and some experience that tells you, hey, I think it'd be great to put a fire station here. Well, that's not always correct, and it's not always right. So one of the things I did when I worked on my master's thesis, one of the things I concentrated on was GIS. And I know you guys all know what GIS is because you guys use them a lot, and we have GIS people here in the city. And that was one of the things that I focused on a lot in my master's thesis was GIS data and using real data and real facts and real information to make decisions, basing the information on actual data rather than so much intuition. And that's what we want to do. And I think I've talked to you guys about that before. I know you guys realize the importance of it because you authorized me to buy the program. So what Deccan does, we've got almost 5 years of information in Deccan now. So we can punch information into Deccan, and it helps us decide where and what we're going to put, where we're going to put things to give us the best response times. And it takes into account availability and the amount of time they're on calls and not on calls. So options, we're going to kind of talk about options, and this, I have some ideas of what should happen, but I don't get to decide this. You guys get to decide this. And I know it's a hard decision because you get a lot of input from a lot of different sources and a lot of different people. We could either stay status quo and just leave things the way they are, but I haven't seen that out of you guys. I haven't seen you guys just wanting to stay with the status quo. I think we all, I know the firefighters and myself and fire management, and my conversations with you guys, you guys want to see us do what we can do to improve response times and provide better service for our citizens. And that's kind of what I'm advocating. The Deccan software allows us to look at recommended locations for fire stations where when it plots it out, it can tell us what our average response time will be to a call. And it tells us intersections or areas of land that would be the best for our fire station to provide the best response times. And it also allows us to say, okay, a year from now, we're adding another engine company, or we're going to put the ladder truck in full time in service, where the next one would be and where the next one would be. So it allows us to plan for future growth. And that's what's important. I think all you guys realize, whether we like it or not, I know some people don't like it, but Casa Grande is growing. And I don't think it's going to stop. With some of the stuff that's happening out west, the city's going to continue to grow. And we got to grow to kind of keep pace with it and make sure we're still providing good service. Here's some of the bad news. This is the stuff that's tough to swallow, but I got to tell you the truth. A fire station costs, the fire stations we're looking at, very similar to Station 504, $6.4 million per station. Obviously, we're looking at build cost there and not land cost, because we're still looking at whatever the cost of the land is when you find a parcel or an area where you want to build in. Obviously, I kind of stated this before, but this is obvious to everybody. If we already own the property, it's advantageous to the project. It helps the project because now we don't have to have the land costs added onto the building cost. Our job as the fire service managers and basically your technical experts to advise you guys on fire service and fire resources is to strategically place our resources where we can help the most citizens. Now, we get some criticism about that. You know, we get emails. I'm sure you guys are getting emails too. I'm getting emails that say, hey, this fire station, I got land here, or I got a house here, and now the fire station right here by my house is closed. Nothing's closed. We still have everything in service, and by moving Engine 503 over to Station 504, it did decrease our average response time slightly, but it was not significant. It was about 30 seconds. I will tell you, and I've this is kind of my term, this isn't professional, but I kind of call this the Florence corridor here. 70% of all of our calls are in this Florence corridor. They're basically between Cottonwood and Jimmy Kerr off of Florence, this area. The other 30% are at the jail on Val Vista, are up on Val Vista at one of the housing tracks, or at the airport, or at Fry's on Pinnell. The majority of our calls, the large majority of our calls are here on this Florence corridor. So, Francisco Grande, really cool place, really awesome place. We didn't build a fire station out there to protect just that building because it doesn't make sense. We don't have that many calls out there. So I get sometimes people go, well, I want a fire station right by my house. We all do, but we have to put the resources where they'll help the most amount of people. And that's kind of what we're trying to do with this whole thing. So this is an example of what Deccan looks like, and I'll kind of give you a little bit of context and explanation on this. So don't be alarmed by the white boxes. So a white box on there means that there's no access to it. It means there's no road or any way to get onto it, and there's no houses in there. If there's no road, there's no houses. So the white ones are areas that we don't even look at because we don't have access to it. And it makes sense. You see the white area up on the far north part of the city. There's a lot of places up there that we don't have roads or access to. And you'll see some of the other white areas. So white areas we're not concerned about. Green areas. Green areas that you see on this map are areas where our fire engines can arrive within 5 minutes or less. And you see what we got there. There's 501s, you see 502s there, and you see 504s up to the north. The yellow area are areas that it's 5 minutes or more, basically 5 minutes to 7 minutes are the yellow areas. And the red areas are areas that are 7 minutes or more. So clearly, when you look at this, you can see if you're out at Francisco Grande, it's 7 minutes or more for a fire engine to get out there. But fortunately, we don't have a lot of calls out there. But you do see where you have the green area where 70% of our calls are, the Florence corridor, we get to in 5 minutes or less, and most certainly within 7 minutes or less. The reason I kind of did this slide is this is the existing conditions today, right now. Right now, if you look over to the right over there, you'll see a 59. And what that means is there's 59 areas, there's 59 geographical distances, or geographical areas, there's 59 of them right now that we get to in 5 minutes or less. And you can see that over there, the numbers are reflected next to the times on the bottom right over there. There's 59 of them. When I go into Deccan and forecast where I want the news stations to be, and for obvious reasons, I'm not really zooming this in real close, so you can't look and see that it says 1234 East Florence or whatever, because that property will then be worth $50 million when we try to buy it. But you can see that by strategically moving our stations a little bit, that we can significantly improve the number of areas. We almost double the number of areas that we get to in 5 minutes or less. It goes from 59 up to 107. 107 areas that we get to in 5 minutes or less. And if you add the 7 minutes or less in there, it's really a big number. So there is expansion obviously going on to the east of the city. 502s, you guys know where it is there behind Lowe's. That station needs to move to the east. It needs to move east. Station 503, the one that we closed at the airport, needs to move south. It needs to come south on Pinnell and get closer to the Florence corridor, or as I call it. When I do these predictions in Deccan or run the program in Atom, it has the ability for me to lock station 504, and I tell it, you can't do anything with 504s. That's where it is. It's a 8-year-old station. That's not moving, so it's locked in there. So it leaves station 504 there. I'm not going to say whether it is or isn't a great location for a fire station, but it's what we got, and it's stuck there. So that's why you see 504s up there. So you can see with some movement, we can significantly improve the response times. On that previous slide, I want to say that response times, the average response time was like, I don't have my glasses on, so I might not be able to see it. It looks like it's about, if you look at the first one with the travel time, it's about 5:25 maybe. Am I seeing that right there?
526.
5 what?
526.
526, okay, so that's 526 with existing. When you go to a relocation of the stations, it brings it below 5 minutes, which is outstanding. That's what we want. We love to see response times averaging less than 5 minutes. I think is it like 453 or 452? Something like that. So that's kind of where we're at. Tweaking and moving stations around a little bit. And I know this is a big thing and a big endeavor, and I know it's not the status quo for Casa Grande, because we've had fire stations sitting in the same spots for years and years and years. But it's what we need to do to make things better for our citizens. It also helps us not have to add personnel and additional resources as quickly. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. I want to talk a little bit about locations. I don't think this is any secret to anybody. I know it's already been leaked out, and I've had council people already speak to me about it, so I know you guys kind of know about it. Looking at city-owned property in the downtown or civic center area, this property down here is going to be expensive if we try to buy it. So one of the places that Deccan recommended it, and when I saw it, I went, oh man, that's genius. I wish I would have thought of it, but I didn't think of it. Deccan thought of it. The natural choice is to build Fire Station 501 here on this City Hall campus and basically turn this area into a City Hall campus. I know there's a lot of strong feelings. People have strong feelings and emotions regarding the auditorium over here. That auditorium is tough. I get it. People went to high school here, and there's some people that are attached to that building. That building's very difficult. It's contaminated with asbestos. The mitigation to repair or bring that building up to snuff to do something with it is in the millions and millions of dollars. I know there's been different efforts over the years. I've heard people say, oh, it'd be great, we could turn it into like a performing arts center. Okay, great. Where do you park the 500 cars for the performing arts center? There's a lot of issues with turning that, and that's not my decision, that's your guys' decision, but I see a lot of issues with that building and with that facility. I will tell you that we see some opportunities to turn that into our fire department headquarters for Fire Station 501. It's a great spot for it. It's what you guys saw plotted on that Deccan map. And it gives us a presence here at the City Hall campus and basically improves this area significantly. We had our architect friend do a little rendering just so you could guys could get an idea of what this would look like, what the area would look like. And before you guys go super crazy, there's another building on there. I've received some direction from Mr. Raines. When we do this, we probably are going to be looking at probably doing some sort of upgrade or building a new building for budget, the finance office, and HR. You guys have been in that building. It's not really appropriate for the type of business that's going on over there as well. So this is a rendering of what the fire station would look like. And you see it still, it changes our campus significantly. It allows for an employee parking lot on the back or the north side that you see over there. It allows for actual real genuine visitor parking for the City Hall area. Eventually we're going to get back to normal where people can come to City Hall and do things at City Hall, but it gives a nice parking area for people that are going into finance to pay bills or interact with city officials. So that's just kind of our idea of what we're looking at. The super big advantage of this is clearly what I talked about before. We already own the property, and it helps us solve a couple of problems. It helps get rid of the auditorium, and it helps us add value and public service to this campus area and to help everybody. And help admin and finance, another really important division here in the city. So that's just kind of a rendering. There's nothing solid or locked in on this. This was just kind of we just really wanted to see, does the footprint really fit? Would it fit here? Would we be able to see this? And you can see that it does. There's an outline. If you look on the south side of the new admin building, that's the outline of the old finance administration building. Because one of the things, obviously, that building has to stay in service and working while they're building a new building. So that's kind of where we're at. That's what I'm looking at. Obviously, when you talk to anybody, you guys, I don't have to explain all this stuff to you guys. You guys know economic development's booming. I think the outlook is great. I am here to be, and I think I told most of you that when you hired me, that I was here to be a technical expert and provide information to you on emergency services and management. And I'm gonna tell you the good with the bad. I had one good thing, I think, and I know the rest of it's bad, but I really want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak to you guys tonight and tell you guys about this. And I hope you guys have some questions for me. And that is that.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So Chief, 503's been closed, but it looks to me that the priority is to rebuild 501 before a replacement for 503. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, I will tell you that the way to build fire stations nowadays, if you're building fire stations, and I've talked to a lot of people, and I have some experience with this. Before I left my prior jurisdiction that I was at, our city got sued. And we were sued because we didn't have proper gender accommodation for our female firefighters. We had the exact same situation that's going on here. Guys and girls sharing bathrooms and showers. And the city went to court, and very quickly the judge told them, you don't want to take this to a jury, and you don't want this to go to court. You want to settle this. And they did settle it. They paid her $7 or $8 million, and they gave me that $7 or $8 million to go into 6 fire stations that our female firefighters were working at the time and make them gender accommodated. Provide separate facilities for living, provide separate bathrooms, and we had to do some ADA. When you're doing construction on buildings nowadays, you still got to do the ADA stuff too. So we had to do that as well. So when you do these fire station projects, typically it's kind of a good deal, and you get a good economy of force. And Kevin could probably help me with this, but when they're building these things, they build them in phases. Like you start at 501s and do the foundation, and then then you start doing the walls, and then the drywallers start showing up. Well, those foundation guys and wall guys go to your second site. So they do it kind of in a phased, I don't know what that's called, progressive. There's a term for it, but I don't remember exactly what it is because I'm not a construction guy. But they do it in phases. They try to, you do 1, 2, and 3. Right now, honestly, my preference probably would be to build 503s first. I'd probably start with 503s. 501s, if my dream comes true, it's going to take some time to mitigate this issue over here. That building's not a building that they're just going to be able to tear down. They're going to have to pull all the asbestos out of it and do a lot of work there. And there's some infrastructure stuff. I mean, we're going to have to change stuff on the street and other things. So, 503s probably would be where I would start, and then 501s and 502s would be the order.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, and if I can just kind of broaden that up for Councilmember Lavender, obviously, we're having a lot of discussion tonight without what I would consider to be costs and a financing plan or anything of that specifics. Ultimately, there has been a fair amount of discussion over the years about developing a plan and approach that we could bring to the council to evaluate the options that we have. And obviously Chief Keen has outlined some of the issues that we've got to mitigate as we look at this overall issue in a much broader perspective. We also have to consider the growth and those types of things that are transpiring, which again is one of the reasons why I think the Deccan system that he talked about is so important to us in citing these and really identifying the size of a facility or the location of the facility that we need. But ultimately, what I want to assure the mayor and council this evening is that while we have not discussed any of the financing plans today, we wanted to get a general feedback from the mayor and council. It's something that we plan to come back before the council and discuss. I know that we've outlined potential options in the past, but again, this is just a refresher. But the important component, again, that I want to emphasize is that at least in my mind, we have started developing a plan to build another station on what I would consider to be the northwest side. And let's just say that we're going to call it 503. We've not selected a specific location. We've not looked at any types of plans at this point in time. But for the organization, for the community, we obviously have to have a plan to address the fact that we've relocated our crews out of the temporary station into another temporary station. We've got to find a resolve for that.
Go ahead. Oh, Matt, go ahead.
Thanks. And I'd like to say conveniently, there always seems to be a good fire, right, when you guys come in for presentation. So, thank you. One other thing,
It's very funny that you said that, 'cause I went, they're gonna start getting suspicious of us here.
and I would be remiss if I didn't say my mom wanted me to tell you guys that there's a time capsule in the corner of the auditorium building, wherever that happens, but she always tells me that. But the real question I have is, one thing I was thinking about looking at these different stations and like the 502 station that's smaller, is there like you know, your theory of fire response, is there one that has smaller stations that are more quickly accessible to places, or is it all like the bigger stations now? Does that,
Typically, most places are building larger stations because smaller departments like ours have to do what we do. We have swing apparatus where you're on the ladder truck.
and you got it,
If it's not a fire, they jump on the fire engine.
okay,
And then, you know, this doesn't change the fact that I'm still hoping very soon we're gonna have an answer on our CON. And we're gonna need to put ambulances
Right.
in 3 of the stations that don't have ambulances right now, which adds 2 more people to each of those stations, which actually adds 6 more people to each of those stations, because there's 2 per shift of the 3 shifts.
And space for.
And we don't
for
have space
equipment.
for that, so
yeah,
that's,
and I don't know about, that's why I'm just asking, I mean, I don't know if that's something that you guys work with. Another thing is the green and yellow, trying to go quick, so we're running, but the green and yellow areas.
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately what percentage of our population lives in those areas right now?
I do not.
Okay,
I
I
can-
mean, it seemed
I
like
can
it'd
ask-
be a,
Yeah, I can ask
bulk
that,
of it.
I don't know that.
and then, lastly, with that, with the closure of 503, is our ISO, what you start off with, is that affected immediately?
Not affected at all.
Thank you.
ISO ratings are done every 5 years, or if the jurisdiction calls them in to do another one.
Okay,
I had a suspicion, based on some of the changes that we had made and some of our improvements, that we would improve from 3 to 2, so we called them and did basically a mid-point kind of audit, where they did it again.
So we're
and
good for what, 2 more years?
5 more years,
5 total?
yeah.
Okay.
yeah, because I went to 503 at least 5 years ago, and it was bad then, so I know.
Listen, I'd be more than happy to take any of you guys over there. It's good that we'll be wearing masks. If you guys want to go, any of you guys want to go tour that station or any of our stations, I can take you and show you what some of the issues are at the stations. You know, 504 is a good example. It was designed properly. It was designed to be a drive-through station where the firefighters come back, they pull around back and drive through. Well, we can't do that now. We got so many apparatus in the station, we can't even do that. So we're back to pulling into the bay and turning around and backing it, which is dangerous for firefighters. You don't want to, but you have damage to equipment occasionally. You have a damage to, we had a door the other day shut, on its own, just shut when an engine was backing up, so we damaged the door. These kind of things happen. Well, that doesn't happen in drive-through stations, because you pull around back and drive in and you're ready to go for the next call.
Donnie, you had a comment?
I just have a couple comments. First of all, to thank Chief Keen, because I did have the opportunity to go to both. And I will tell you that, quite frankly, I was ashamed when I went through 503, that we had staff that was there. And that's not the fault to anybody, but our staff deserve better. And there was a couple things that I walked away with. First of all, the ADA compliant, the OSHA requirement worries me, because I feel like we're putting ourselves at a liability as a city, so we need to look at that. And we owe it to our employees to make sure that they are safe at all times, plain and simple. We owe it to our citizens as well, but we have staff that live here and that we want them to be safe. The other thing is that at 503, I learned that it is not required that we have that at the airport, just because it's an airport. So, looking at that property as a city, if we don't have that there, then we can look at what else can we do with that property, and perhaps can we have revenue coming in from that property if 503 is not there or goes back there. I will tell you all my questions were answered. I I know this is a lot of money, but I think that, you know, it's not just based on what the chief wants. If we use the data, and I'm very data-driven, so if we can look at the data, and, you know, the one question that I did ask him, I said, you know, if you had to pick and choose, you know, what would you want first? And that's a hard call to make. We do already have, you know, fire stations, and we need to look at what we have to deal with. I'll tell on him that he may not like for me to say this, but one of the things that struck me was that perhaps we need to look at the buildings, because we're spending so much money on, you know, our trucks and our equipment. And if we don't have good, safe places for those to be, then perhaps we need to back off of that cost a little bit in order to have a place for them to be at home. So I thank the chief, I thank the staff for putting up with me as I walked through. I would tend to say that I don't think that they all knew that I was coming, because there was a couple dirty rooms that I would have sent them in to clean, but that's another thing, so. But I do appreciate it.
Really
Lisa,
quick?
sure.
Really quick. No, and Chief, and I appreciate you coming too, and that is one thing, since you've been here, you've been an advocate, you know, for this, and continue to, you know, update us on what's going on, so I definitely appreciate, you know, where we are. Of course, it is a challenge, you know, when you look at the sticker price, and if you go out to the community and say, oh, okay, we're gonna build 4 fire stations at 6.5 million, so we have to look at the taxpayers. Of course, our staff is very, very important, but we have to figure out how we'll pay for it. And I think the only thing that concerns me is, you know, when you go to other cities, whether they're smaller or bigger, you know, I'm, you know, from a big city, and, you know, you go to these neighborhoods, and they had little fire departments, you know, in these cities. So I just want to make sure when you're presenting the numbers to us, you know, that we're exploring all the options. You know, kind of what you said, Matt, is there an opportunity to still have a couple of these fire stations, so we're not necessarily building all brand-new ones at $6.5 million? So, yeah, we would all like Cadillacs right now, but, you know, what can we do to keep and preserve, you know, what we currently have? So, but I do understand the need, you know, to update, and you know, the Deccan software is so impressive to me, so I understand that. But just as we promote this to our community, we want to make sure that we're showing them that we have looked at all options, and if we can use something that we have now, then let's try to do it, if we have to update or, you know, whatever. So just in the future, as we're looking at numbers, I would really like to see more detailed options on costs if we had to expand or, you know, do anything for some of the equipment.
Absolutely, your point's well taken, and I will say this, because I have people say stuff like that to me.
Right.
I don't live in these fire stations. I don't spend the night in the fire station anymore. I haven't done that in 10 years. They do. So, I already have a nice office, but when I go to my nice office, I feel bad when I go to Station 503 and see how horrible that's, I mean, that station is horrible. It was absolutely terrible.
Bob?
Yeah, Larry, I just want to ask one quick question of you, and is this likely to be a bond issue, and does our bond capacity, is it enough above these numbers that it's not a big issue?
Right, I think that, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Huddleston, obviously, the concept of a bond is one that we're familiar with, and it is likely going to be one of the options that get introduced to the mayor and council. Obviously, there's a process for that to transpire. It has to be put onto a ballot, and obviously the voters have to agree to that. And so the short answer is yes.
Okay.
We don't have any of those details today. We wanted to, again, just kind of describe the circumstances that kind of lay the foundation for what our proposal will be to the council, that will outline the financing options, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it is something that if we're going to get on an upcoming election, the statutes drive the fact that you can only ask for the voters for GO bond obligations in November of each year. And so I want to make sure that the council's aware that there's a timing mechanism and there's a process that needs to be in place as well.
Okay. And Chief, I do have a question about the Deccan software, but I want to make a statement first. Your justifications, your arguments for Station 1 and Station 3 are well-founded. They were well-founded 15 years ago. And while we as a city can be proud of Station 4, I mean, that is something for the department and the city to be proud of. But our lack of attention, and I'm not pointing a finger at anybody, but today it's our responsibility, this council. Our lack of attention to Station 1 and Station 3, shame on us. We shouldn't have let them get this far. I am all for, I think, you were asked about your priority between 1 and 3. That's a tough call, and I think they're both a priority. I don't think we should knowingly say, well, we can wait on this one, let's focus on that one. I think both of them should be a priority. The cost of $6.5 million for a station doesn't scare me. The cost of $13 million for 2 doesn't scare me either. And just my opinion, I think if we go to bond on this, we should go for both of them. My question on the Deccan software, though, is you pointed out, rightfully so, that there has been stations built here and in other cities in places where they shouldn't be, and it is because of we don't really have that crystal ball to see where that growth is going to go. But does the Deccan software not only take into account the history of growth, but does it look at and Larry, I'm drawing a blank on the term, area of influence, not actually
The planning area?
Planning area. So city limits, but also the planning area. Does it take into account platted subdivisions? Because we have a pretty good idea of where development is going to go. And does the Deccan software, can it predict, or not predict, assess that and consider that?
There are portions of it that do, but Deccan relies very heavily on historical data.
Okay.
Because, listen, you guys have lived here way longer than me. This Florence corridor is not gonna change.
Right.
It's not gonna change overnight or in 10 years where 60% of the calls are gonna be at the north part of the city and 40 down here. This area is gonna get nothing but busier. It's not gonna lower. It's gonna
Okay.
get busier.
Well, thank you for the information tonight. In a lot of ways, it's a reminder. In many ways, it's eye-opening. My only rhetorical question is, when do we start? Because I'm ready to go. Thank you.
So, and one more thing, I just want to make sure I'm super clear on, because I heard you say 501s and 503s. I'm asking for $20 million for 3 fire stations. I just want to make sure everybody, I think.
I was going to remind him of that,
Okay.
Chief.
That doesn't scare me either.
Yeah, listen, the bottom line is I get it. It's a tough decision for all you guys, and I get it. You guys get way different phone calls and emails than I get, but the bottom line is that it is what's best for the city of Casa Grande. It's what's best for our citizens. It'll allow them to provide the best service to the citizens, and that's what we want to do. We talk about parks and golf courses and all these things, and I think those things are fantastic, but if you don't have a very, very good fire department and a very, very good police department, none of those things are worth anything if you're not safe when you're doing the other things. And you're not going to attract businesses and big businesses and restaurants and stuff to your town if it's not safe. And I think the police department does a fantastic job, and I know we do a fantastic job. And I just feel like there's no other choice. We have to do this.
One little thing.
I'm just kind of trying to lay that out there easily.
All right, you don't get the last word, Chief, sorry.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Bob had one more
I
comment.
just had one comment for the rest of the council. The new public safety facility out there right now, that was, I think, $23.5 million.
Yes.
For a bond issue. The community accepted it, they're proud of it, so his number of 20 million It's not that
Yeah,
big.
wasn't that bond about a $60 million bond?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
there were multiple
There were
questions.
multiple parts to that one.
Yeah, but I mean the facility
Right,
itself.
right. It was like 5 different projects. That was, the community center was part of that too.
Three questions, 5 projects.
Yeah. So, all right, so I get the last word. Okay. That's my prerogative since I'm last. Just, first of all, a big thank you to your personnel, your fire personnel, staff, our dispatch, your command staff, and you personally. I know you guys work hard and you are a good fire department. Obviously, with the ISO rating of a 2, you're in the top 4%. That's commendable. Congratulations, that's awesome. And you deserve some better facilities. So that being said, it's a $20 to $24 million question. And when we spend, probably on average, at least $1 million per vehicle, per truck, per fire vehicle. And I'm not talking a rangeland vehicle, I'm talking the pumpers and the ladders. And they're beautiful facilities, beautiful trucks, believe me. I know I got to see one built up in Appleton, Wisconsin, and it's an amazing, amazing vehicle. So we just need to make sure that we approach this right. I think the direction is pretty clear to Larry and staff that we'd like to see the numbers. So come back with a plan. You know, I also want to caution us, we really need to do something with 503 first, as the north side of our community is feeling a bit unprotected at this point in time. And from an insurance standpoint, huge potential expenses to a lot of people who are not within 5 miles of a fire station right now that were a month ago or 2 months ago, whenever it was closed. So I know that we're okay with the ISO for right now, but I know I have received several calls from insurance companies asking about that. And I said, no, I said our ISO rating is good. We're good for the next 2-3 years. So I kind of squelched it a little bit, but you know, we need to at least appear that there may be a presence up there. I don't know. I don't expect anybody to be living there or staying in that facility because that's just not tenable. It just doesn't work. But I don't know what we can do to make it look like there's some bit of a presence there.
But we still use the facility as a training center.
Okay,
And keep in mind,
good.
a lot of people,
So we'll just say that it's open, but we're not staying there.
and we still have equipment stored there as well.
Okay.
I get, there is kind of a common misnomer out there sometimes where people go, oh, well, that's my fire station. That's not your fire station. 502s could be at a call at the
I
promenade.
get that. I'm just talking about
So-
from an insurance
Yeah.
coverage standpoint. You guys do a great job, and I'm not trying to knock anything that you do. I'm just trying to suggest, from an appearance standpoint, we need to try and protect the interests of some of the folks who live in our northern part of the city. So just keep that in mind as you move forward. I'm just asking you on their behalf, and there's a lot of them, and there's gonna be more. If we open up Copper Mountain Ranch, that's 13,000 platted lots. 13,000 platted lots. So that changes the whole landscape. Now, obviously, that probably means we need another fire station, but
Yes, it does.
that being said,
So just make it
Yeah.
26 million then.
yeah, well, let's just add another 6.5 million. So anyway, and as you've alluded to, we are growing. I expect that growth to continue. Most of that growth is gonna happen north of here, other than the industrial, that's gonna happen west of here. So, and then Mission Royale is kind of built out already, but I think moving 503 or 502 is a good idea, because then it helps open up and take care of some of that east side over there. Ultimately, I think you're gonna need another station over there as well. But that's once we get courts and TI done and all the other things that are coming. So hang on to your shorts.
Mr. Mayor, I know you wanted the last word, and I know we've got a long meeting, and you're probably wanting to take a break, but if I can, just make a couple of comments.
Sure, Larry, go ahead. Of course, Mr. Raines.
We definitely are going to be coming back with an option that's going to we've heard some feedback tonight, and we'll put together a plan for the council to consider along with the financing plan for you to take action on. The second thing is that, as Chief Keene pointed out, we did outline the potential of yet another facility for finance and HR. If we do go to a bond, then it may be something that the staff ultimately asks the council to consider and our voters to consider, since we're looking at potential upgrades for facilities. So keep that in mind. And lastly, what I would consider to be the City Hall campus overlay that the chief pointed out, that was just a conceptual tonight. We wanted to let the council recognize that we are at least evaluating options for locations, and that at least in our mind, the government campus is a location that could and should be considered for us in the long run, particularly as we evaluate what the long-term use of the auditorium is going to be.
Okay, thank you, Larry. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chief, and your crew. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll start at 7:20. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City of Casa Grande City Council meeting. So we'll call the meeting to order, and first order of business is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. So I think I saw,
Mr. Cunningham is
yeah,
here.
Pastor Cunningham here, getting his temperature checked. And then please remain standing for the pledge of allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to come tonight, pray with you.
Thank you for being here.
Father, we give all the honor and glory and praise to you. You are the one that spoke this world into existence with a word, Father, and we thank you for that. Father, we also know that you appoint rulers and leaders, and you did that with the mayor and the city council. Father, I pray that you watch over and protect them. Help them to make the right decisions, Father. Convince them, tell them what needs to be done, Father. I pray that you'd always keep them safe, because I'm sure they get a lot of calls that aren't so cool, and just watch over them, Father. I pray that everything that's said and done tonight will bring honor and glory to your name. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Bob.
Yes.
Okay, let the roll call show that everyone's here but Mr. Powell. Would someone like to offer him an absence excuse?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to excuse Mr. Powell from tonight's meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let the roll calls show.
So noted.
The minutes. Someone like to,
Mayor McFarland, since Mr. Powell's not here, I would like to propose acceptance of the City Council regular meeting minutes, January 19th, 2021, and accept for the record the Arts and Humanities Commission minutes dated September 1st, 2020, as presented.
Second.
all right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented tonight. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. Next is item D, claims against the city.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for the approval and payment of the claims from January 13th to January 26th as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the claims are approved for payment. Meeting agenda approval. Does anyone have any changes, adjustments? Larry, anything staff has?
Mayor
I
McFarland,
have
move-
nothing. Does anybody else? No? Okay.
I move to approve the meeting agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Agenda is approved. No special presentations. Next item is item G, consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered routine matters and will be enacted by one motion, one roll call vote of the council. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or member of the public so requests, in which event the items will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda. Is there anyone who has anything you want to remove from the consent agenda? Anyone from the public? Okay, seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agendas as presented.
So moved.
Second? Anyone, second? All right, it's been moved and seconded. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our item I, which is award of contracts. First one is I-1, consider resolution number 5275. Chief, and I think we're gonna hear about all of these, right? I-1, I-2, I-3.
Right, Mayor, we're just gonna do them,
And
Lieutenant Ramirez is gonna do them
And
all
I-
four at once.
Yeah, I-4 also, okay, yeah.
Yeah. all
Okay,
four.
and then we can vote separately when we get done.
That was our plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Tonight, Lieutenant Ramirez is gonna discuss our Stone Garden grants that we received on the initial allocation of money and equipment, and then a secondary allocation or reallocation of funds. And what happens is, just a real quick brief overview of that, every year, Stone Garden people get together and they give us a certain amount of money for overtime, and we're all aware of that, to pay the EREs and sometimes equipment. Well, this year they gave us one bit of money initially for the overtime and EREs, and they gave us another bit of money for a piece of equipment. And then they went back midway through the year and looked at money that they weren't gonna spend, that other jurisdictions did not want to use, and then they reallocated some of that money out to people that already had an allocation. So, as the mayor said, Lieutenant Ramirez has a short PowerPoint and is gonna go over all four of the items tonight, and in the order of, as they are listed on here, and he has them numbered up there.
Good evening. So before I get into the specific grants, I want to give just a brief overview of our Operation Stone Garden. So it's a program that the police department has been participating in since about 2011. It's a cooperative agreement between federal, state, and local agencies. And essentially what it does is it allows the Casa Grande Police Department to patrol the outlining areas of the city in addition to the officers that we already have patrolling inside the city limits. We're in a Stone Garden deployment session right now through a grant that we have through them. And as you can see, through May 2020, up until yesterday, we have had 245 deployments, about 4,000 hours worked, nearly 2,000 traffic stops, 1,500 warnings issued, 141 citations, 17 misdemeanor arrests, and 22 felony arrests. This is the reason why we believe we continue to get the grant funding from Operation Stone Garden. These 4 bullet points up here represent 4 individual traffic stops that officers have made, and you can see the amount of drugs that they've seized. Those are big, big numbers. And when you're looking at the fentanyl pills, it really takes 1 pill to kill somebody. So that's really, I don't even know how many pills 50 pounds would be, but it's a lot. You look at 30,000 fentanyl pills, that was probably about 2 weeks ago an officer got. That's essentially the way we look at it, is 30,000 lives saved. The 991 fentanyl pills, that was Friday night. So getting into the specific grants, the first is the Pima County reallocation. The overtime would be item I-1 on the agenda. That's for $276,265.65. And we have got it broken down for overtime, EREs, and mileage. And then what we're gonna ask for, what we are asking for in addition to that, is another 4x4 SUV. And that's we would equip it with police equipment, radio, and an optic. And an optic is essentially a night vision instrument that allows us to see at night. It reads heat signatures. And the federal fiscal year 2020 award, which we would call our normal award, is for $324,967,000 in overtime, which is broken down before you, and then $30,000 for equipment, which is a handheld narcotics analyzer. The narcotic analyzer is important. When you reflect back on the fentanyl pills, we really don't want to be touching that stuff if we don't have to. And the NARC analyzer will analyze that for us and tell you what we're dealing with, whether it be cocaine, meth, heroin. We can leave the drug in the packaging, so in addition to lessening the exposure to the officer, it also will preserve evidence for us. So that's kind of a important tool for us. And we have one 4x4 SUV right now that we currently use. This one would be in addition to it. We can only use it for Operation Stone Garden. Should there become an emergency in the city where all of our resources are being utilized and we can use the SUV for whatever situation we're dealing with. It's going to minimize the use of a regular fleet vehicle. It is in addition to the fleet for servicing purposes only, but once the vehicle reaches its end of life, then it'll be sent to auction. And the overtime will pay for the officers to patrol the areas that we're assigned to. It's going to give law enforcement presence in areas that typically we're not out and about patrolling. The officers can respond to emergencies inside the city. And again, this is a non-matching grant, and EREs and mileage are covered. With that, I would answer any questions you may have.
Sounds like a win-win for us. Bob?
Just a comment, some of those recovered amounts of narcotics, especially the fentanyl, are shocking to me. I mean, I recall back in the day, working with the narcs as a sergeant, and we never saw anything close to that. I mean, when we got stuff, it was, 2 or 3 little packets, but,
50
my
pounds.
goodness. Brian,
That's a lot.
does Stone Garden allow for 2 officers in a vehicle working
So that's
together?
how we deploy them. Each vehicle
Okay,
does
good.
have 2 officers.
Okay,
in a vehicle.
that was my only concern. I love this program and I clearly see the benefit. Is there any match requirement, or this
No.
is just
No.
all money to be spent on this program?
That's correct.
Good. Well, good work, because I do know when they come back and offer additional funding, they do look at performance of the agency, and you guys are obviously doing a good job to be on their list for additional funding. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, go ahead.
Thank you, Lieutenant Ramirez. I'm a big fan of Operation Stone Garden too, prevents a lot of stuff from happening in our community as well. Just a question, just so people know about the overtime, is that regular officers we have and we pay their overtime with that money, or is it overtime just for the Stone Garden program?
It's overtime only for Stone Garden.
Okay.
Donna?
Just a comment. First of all, I like the fact that we do not have to have matching funds. But it also is fiscal responsible, and that's what, we're looking at in quality of life. But something that, that was mentioned about, not touching the drugs, and that's officer safety. And I think that that's really important for us too, so good job.
Anyone else? Lisa?
Just quickly, just to kind of, you talked about the overtime, but they are our officers, but we pay them overtime for Stone Garden. This is not for the regular, their regular jobs. They're above and beyond. They're doing
Yes,
this on the side.
they would
Okay.
work this on their days off.
Correct. Okay, and so I just wanted to see, do you find challenges right now staffing people, or for the most part, do you get plenty of volunteers that say, I'll do this? Because you're right, I'm a huge, supporter for
That's
this
better,
program.
my
We've been
question,
doing it for
yeah.
years, and I know you guys do a fantastic job. I was just curious if you have a problem, staffing this, and if, with COVID now, if people are getting sick, do you have no
We
issues?
haven't really seen a problem. They're limited to 2 shifts. We'll set a date. So the officers are limited to 2 shifts. After that date, if there's opening, they can sign up for more.
Okay.
But usually, when the sheets go up and they're pretty close to my office, there's people coming pretty routine,
Okay.
looking for Stone Garden. So
Okay.
we don't have a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Good job.
All right, then, can I get a resolution for 5275?
Yes. Resolution number 5275, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, authorizing and ratifying the submission of a grant application to the Arizona Department of Homeland Security for the city of Casa Grande, authorizing the city to accept grant funds from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security's Operation Stone Garden Grant Program in an amount up to $276,265.65, and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, authorizing the city finance director to accept and disperse funds as necessary, and authorizing the transfer of budget authority.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for the approval of resolution number 5275 as presented.
Second?
Well, it's been moved and seconded. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, the next resolution number, Gloria, can I get a resolution for 5276, please?
Resolution number 5276, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, authorizing and ratifying the submission of a grant application to the Arizona Department of Homeland Security for the city of Casa Grande, authorizing the city to accept funds from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security's Operation Stone Garden Grant Program in an amount up to $74,104.14, authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, authorizing the city finance director to accept and disperse funds as necessary, and authorizing the transfer of budget authority.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of resolution number 5276 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, the next item is I3. Need a resolution number for 5277.
Resolution 5277, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, authorizing and ratifying the submission of a grant application to the Arizona Department of Homeland Security for the city of Casa Grande, authorizing the city to accept grant funds from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security's Operation Stone Garden Grant Program in an amount up to $324,967, and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, authorizing the city finance director to accept and disperse funds as necessary, and authorizing the transfer of budget authority.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve resolution number 5277 as presented.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, the next item is item 4, and that's consider resolution number 5278. Can I please get a resolution? reading?
Resolution number 2, Resolution 5278, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, authorizing and ratifying the submission of a grant application to the Arizona Department of Homeland Security for the city of Casa Grande, authorizing the city to accept grant funds from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security's Operation Stone Garden Grant Program in an amount up to $30,000, authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, authorizing the city finance director to accept and disperse funds as necessary, and authorizing the transfer of budget authority.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for the approval of resolution number 5278 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Oh, can I get a roll call vote, please, Gloria?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, the next item on our agenda is I-5, and it is to consider an ordinance number 3252, accepting a bid from Sanderson Ford. Kevin?
Thank you. Staff recommends that the mayor and city council approve the expenditure of funds for one 2021 Ford F-450 XL Crew Cab stake bed truck from Sanderson Ford, Glendale, Arizona, in an amount not to exceed $61,605. And this is for the streets operations. Staff is requesting authorization to purchase this truck using the Arizona State Contract Number ADSP 017-166123 for the purchase of this vehicle. The F-450 stake bed will be replacing the existing 2000 Ford F-650 crew cab that's been in service for quite a few years, just over 20 years. You'll see that it only has 63,000 miles on it, but many of those miles are idle miles. So most of the wear and tear is in the engine, and we're actually starting to have difficulty finding some of the parts to keep that truck going. We also went through an evaluation, and we decided to downsize this truck from the F-650 to an F-450. It gives us a lot more versatility with the vehicle, and we can use it for other things, whereas the old truck was really one-purpose vehicle, and that was to run our crack seal program. And now that we're contracting a lot of that crack seal program out as part of our street maintenance program, we're able to really use this truck for other applications. We did bid for this project, we did budget for this project in this fiscal year, so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Matt?
Kevin, just a comment, it makes me so happy you have a 20-year-old truck and that you're buying a smaller truck, so thank you. Just makes me so happy.
20-year-old truck.
Anybody else?
I'll ask the Matt question. We only had the one bid. We didn't have anything left.
We did not bid this out locally. We did use the process of going through the state bid process. We're having some real difficulties with finding vehicles, period. With the shutdown of the plants and some of the equipment that car manufacturers need to build their vehicles, we're having a shortage of vehicles. So we decided to do the safe thing and go with the state bid. The larger dealerships are able to get the number of vehicles to support providing the vehicles that we need for state bid. And the F-450 with the stake bed and the lift gate is specialized, and it was all package deal. So we got a great opportunity to get decreased prices for that, so.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, $61,000 seems a pretty reasonable price for that big a vehicle, so, plus that equipment on it, so. Thank you, Kevin. All right, I'll consider an ordinance number, please. Gloria?
Ordinance number 3252, an ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, accepting a bid from Sanderson Ford for the purchase of a 2021 Ford F-450 XL Crew Cab truck with a slate bed, uplift, and lift gate, authorizing expenditure of public funds and authorizing execution of a contract with or purchase order to Sanderson's Ford in accordance with the terms submitted to the Arizona State Bid List.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of ordinance number 3252 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Can I please get a roll call vote, Gloria?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, boards and commissions. Just a reminder, everybody, please sign up. We have some openings. And we have two gracious Casa Grande residents who have volunteered to be on a couple of our boards and commissions, and I want to personally thank them, and I know the council thanks them for their service. The first is item J1, considering approving the reappointment of Carmelita Mena to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for a term to expire on February 1st. Is Carmelita here? I don't see her, but I just want to publicly thank her. I know the council publicly thanks you as well for your service, and really, really do appreciate it, because we can't run our boards and commissions without our volunteers, so, and I know it is greatly appreciated. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to reapprove. Carmelita?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you again, Carmelita. J2 is consider approving the reappointment of Michael Etheridge to the Police Advisory Board with the term to expire on February 20th, 2023. Is Michael here? I think so, okay. Again, big thank you to Michael Etheridge and his volunteering for the reappointment to the Police Advisory Board. I'll entertain a motion to approve his reappointment.
So moved.
Second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Again, thank you, Michael, for your, for volunteering. Next is our public hearings. We're going to move into our public meetings, public hearings, and open records review. Item L1 is the first public hearing, and it's to consider ordinance number 1397.17.51.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council.
Good evening.
First one is the R4 Zone District Private Streets. It's a code text amendment. So the City of Casa Grande is requesting a zoning code text amendment to delete City Code 1720-580, which is required street and right-of-way widths. It states all streets in an R4 district shall be public unless approved as private as part of a planned area development. So the purpose of this request is intended to ensure that the City of Casa Grande code is consistent, logical, and implementable and applicable. So Code Section 1720-580 would apply to any property located in the mobile home residential or the R4 zone district. The concern with this code is that it prohibits the use of private streets within those R4 mobile home or manufactured home parks. So many of the R4 zoned manufactured home developers prefer to utilize the private streets so they can gate them. It gives them a sense of security and perceived added value to the project. In some past manufactured home projects, they have accomplished this by requesting the PAD. That brings up more complications because it doesn't meet all the PAD design guideline standards, so they have to ask for a lot of exceptions to those residential design guidelines. So eliminating this code section would simplify the request for a gated manufactured home park with private street network. From the city's perspective, the use of private streets eliminates the maintenance requirements on the city and puts it on the park ownership. That includes the streets and sewer infrastructure that's within those parks. So the removal of this code section would provide manufactured home developments some flexibility for the proposed street network, but would not eliminate any fire department regulations or public work requirements regarding the width or the construction standards of the streets. So we did send out notice, or we had it published in the paper. We didn't receive any comments. The Planning Commission on a 7-0 vote recommended to Mayor and City Council to approve DSA 20-00172, deleting City Code Section 1720-580. And that ends the presentation.
Does anyone have any questions? So we would set up some standards, right, that they would have to have minimum width sizes on the streets, right?
That would already be set with Public Works.
Okay.
So it's already in our code.
So fire has room to move through the streets and all that good stuff.
And it would all be reviewed as well at time of major site plan.
Okay. All right, thank you, Joe. Any other questions?
Here, just a
go ahead.
statement. I want to thank your department, Paul, also for looking at these. I think what we have seen in the recent past and those that are looking to develop are impressive. Most of them are 55-plus neighborhoods. They're gated. They're well-managed, and I think we're going to see more of them in the future as the baby boomers, I'm one of which, as we get older and want a retirement area. I think that these mobile homes in private neighborhoods are very attractive, and I appreciate you looking at it to kind of facilitate those developers coming in and wanting to develop these neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bob. I think that's it. Thank you.
Well, I've got the next presentation.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we'll get this. You can stay up there if you want, Joe. That's all right. All right, so this is a public hearing, so I want to open the floor, since council has no questions, I'm going to open the floor to the public. Is there anyone here who is here to discuss this ordinance number 1397.17.51 and the change in our code? Okay, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and we'll call for an ordinance number, please, Gloria.
Ordinance number 1397.17.51, an ordinance of the City of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending Chapter 17.20 residential zones of the City of Casa Grande Municipal Code pertaining to public streets for the mobile home residential zone, District R4, by removing Section 17.20.580 required streets and right-of-way widths, establishing the severability of the various sections of the ordinance and establishing an effective date.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for the approval of ordinance number 1397.17.51 as presented.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes?
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, the next item is item L2, and again, another public hearing, and to consider ordinance number 1178.406. And this is changing the zoning from urban ranch to general industrial. You're up.
All right, number 2. Tom Pender is requesting a zone change from urban ranch to general industrial for approximately 255 acres of land. It's generally located north of Maricopa Casa Grande Highway and east of Bianco. You can see the location highlighted in yellow there. It's just up the way from Frito-Lay. The site, along with other surrounding properties, was recently annexed into the city. The purpose of this zoning change request is to align the zoning with the existing general plan, land use category, and potentially place the property for industrial projects. So recently, the property directly to the west was rezoned into that I-2 general industrial category as well. The public notice that reached this landowner and prompted this request. So if the zone change was to be approved, all uses permitted and/or conditional in the I-2 zone district would be allowed and will be required to obtain approval of a major site plan in the future. So when looking at the zone change request, we looked at the proposed action. Proposed use shall be in conformance with the general plan. First one is that the action is consistent with the city's general plan, including the goals, policies, and all applicable elements. Among other items that support this request, the area for the proposed request lies in the Phase 1 or the primary growth area of the general plan. The requested zoning of I-2 is appropriate in the manufacturing and industry land use category. We do have policy C8.2.1 require mitigation measures or restrict development in areas subject to flooding. So this site you can see on this graphic here is impacted by the 100-year flood zone. The applicant will be required to provide a drainage analysis as part of any future submittal with that major site plan. And they would have to ensure that they're addressing any of those flooding issues and that it's mitigated. So there are some options for those, for the applicants to ensure that they're meeting all our flood zone regulations. The next one is rezoning conforms to the general plan if it proposes land uses, densities, or intensities within the range of identified uses of the general plan. Again, the request for a zone change to I-2 is an allowable and appropriate land use within the general plan.
Hey, Joe, on this slide, that green area that's down below there, isn't that being proposed to go into industrial in our new general plan?
It is, I will, it will all be in the new general plan as manufacturing industry.
Okay.
The annexation paperwork will be filed this week, along with the zone changes being prompted as well.
And those houses that are in the yellow there, those really aren't there?
No, those are just lots at this time. There might be a few scattered in there.
Okay, all right,
So, but most of them are vacant lots.
okay.
Did I cover the rest of that slide? Yeah, I think we're covered on that. Number 3, the proposed zone change is necessary and proper at this time to meet the land use needs of the residents of the city. So this zone change will allow the current owner to market and develop and utilize the property and potentially extend infrastructure, including roads, in that area, which may facilitate or prompt other industrial development in the area as well. This zone change will also create a continuous industrial corridor along Maricopa-Casa Grande Highway. So public notice, matter exceeded all code requirements. We sent and mailed out to people within 300 feet. Sign was posted at the site. We didn't receive any comments on this particular request. The Planning Commission, on a 7-0 vote, recommend the mayor and city council approve the zone change request, DSA 2000176 from Urban Ranch, UR, to General Industrial I-2, with the following condition: at the time of request by the city, the owner shall dedicate required Maricopa-Casa Grande Highway right-of-way. And that ends the presentation.
Okay. Questions? Yeah, Bob?
That last stipulation, is that enforceable? I mean, if that's part of the ordinance to change the zoning when the time comes, and if they say we don't want to dedicate the right-of-way, is that?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Huddleston. And I wasn't involved in the actual drafting of this one, but I understand the applicant is agreeing to this
Okay.
condition. Generally, they do have to do the right-of-way at the time of development. I believe they put this condition in to simply say, if we were doing the roadway sooner, because it's a city project, that they would dedicate it at that time. Otherwise, we'd be dealing with the condemnation. So I certainly, I don't know if the applicant is here to speak to that condition.
And
And that's, that was
yeah.
generally a curiosity question. I've just never seen that before, and I didn't know, so I appreciate the answer.
Well, isn't this property in the right-of-way, it's old county, so it's like the property goes in the middle of the highway?
Most likely, I haven't done
I'm gonna guess it
any
does.
of the title work. I think
Yeah.
ordinarily when we do development, then there is conditions in our code that require the dedication of right-of-way. So I believe that the reason that planning was asking for this particular condition was in the event that we went to develop the roadway.
Right.
Prior to the time that they develop their property. And sometimes we'll do that, and we may be dealing with one piece of the project, and we know that as we develop it, sometimes what we see one piece develops, the other one we don't have the right-of-way yet, and the other piece is developed. So it's develop, nothing, develop. And so this is, I think, designed to try to avoid that if necessary.
And we have a conflict too in the county, where there's county roads. The county or the property owners own the road to the middle of the road, where city roads, we have the right-of-way.
In many cases, yes. Sometimes they're easements, sometimes they're rights of way. It really depends, and many times when we're doing that work, we look at that
This is
at the
just
time.
an attempt to simplify that process, I think.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions, anybody? Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I will open the floor to the public at this point in time, since the council has no more questions. Is there anybody from the public who would like to say anything? Okay. Seeing none, then I'll close the floor and call for a ordinance number, please.
Ordinance number 1178.406, an ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 in its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from urban ranch to general industrial on approximately 255.5 acres of property generally located north of Maricopa Casa Grande Highway and east of Bianco Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor Mc,
McFarland?
go ahead. Go for it.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve ordinance number 1178.406.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next item is item L3. Again, a public hearing. This is to consider ordinance number 1178.239.1, amending a zoning ordinance number 1178. Joe?
Councilmember Huddleston, you'll get your wish on the request for a manufactured home park here. All right, so George McGavin's requesting a zone change from the Desert Views PAD to mobile home residential, which is the R4 district, for approximately 58 acres of land generally located east of Thornton and north of O'Neill Drive. You can see it highlighted in the red below. The applicant is proposing the zone change to facilitate the development of the Buttes at Sundance. The Buttes is an estimated 267-unit mobile home park community. Staff feels that this zone change is an appropriate transition between the industrial development to the south, you can see highlighted in purple, the traditional residential developments to the north and the east, shown in the yellow, and it blends in well with the other manufactured home parks that are located throughout that area. The proposed project is currently zoned PAD for Desert Views. Desert Views completed a preliminary plat, not a final plat, and it was not recorded, and received a certificate for assured water supply, or CAUS, for 200 preliminary platted lots. This CAUS certificate is not valid for the current ownership, but it is the city's understanding that it could be reassigned in accordance with ADWR regulations. So this project is not intending to utilize the CAUS, as they are proposing to develop the site as a leased space manufactured home park under a single ownership. However, since single-family residential is a permitted use within the R4 zone district, the site could still be developed as a single-family subdivision and utilize those CAUS. So just a little general overview. In the general plan, it's located in the neighborhoods and category. And you see the current zoning is PAD, the requested zoning is R4. So again, when looking at a zone change, we look at the review criteria that the proposed use shall be in conformance with the general plan. The action is consistent with the city's general, I'll go into the specifics. The action is consistent with the city's general plan, including the goals, policies, and applicable elements. Among other items, this request is supported by the following. It does lie in our phase 1 or primary growth area. The requested zoning of mobile home residential is appropriate in the neighborhood's land use category. Policy C4.7.1, encourage a variety of neighborhood design and development patterns. This is an area that has multiple manufactured home parks It also has multifamily, single-family developments in the vicinity. So staff feels that this is an actual good corridor for this use. And then policy C 4.1.4, support infill development in areas where infrastructure, capacity, and services are already in place and available. So this is surrounded by development, so a lot of the infrastructure is in place. The next criteria is the rezoning conforms to the general plan if it proposes land uses, densities, or intensities within the range of identified uses of the general plan. The request for a zone change to R4 is an allowing an appropriate land use within the neighborhood's category. The proposed use is limited to a density of 4.5 dwelling units per acre, allowing the 58.77 acre park to provide 267 units, and that's how we got to that unit count. A conceptual plan was submitted with this proposal. However, the precise layout, number of units will be solidified at the time of a major site plan submittal, which would be their next step. The number 3 is that the proposed zone change is necessary and proper at this time to meet the land use needs of the residents of the city. So the zone change will allow the city to expand on its manufactured home supply that has been consistently utilized in the last 5 years. Historically, manufactured home have represented approximately 15% of the city's housing stock. The existing manufactured home inventory is dwindling in the city. However, we have had 3 significant projects in development, plus the addition of this proposal. The city's in a good position to continue to offer this type of product. So public notice, met or exceeded all city requirements. Staff received 2 letters from a single resident in Desert Crossing opposing the zone change. We did receive a phone call opposing the zone change, and then multiple residents from the surrounding area spoke in opposition to the proposed request at the Planning Commission public hearing. Planning Commission, on a 7-0 vote, recommend the mayor and city council approve the zone change request, DSA 2000152, from PAD to mobile home residential R4 with the following conditions: no RV spaces permitted abutting the northern or eastern perimeter of the park. One of the stipulations in the R4 zone district is that you're allowed to have up to 10% be utilized for RV spaces. And staff wanted to make sure that we had compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods. So we're limiting where those RV spaces could be placed. And you can see a graphic there showing it.
So the orange would require a manufactured home in those locations?
Correct, yeah.
Are they gonna be ground set?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a similar project. It's the Sundance group, so it's going to be similar to what's being developed right now at Sundance too.
Okay.
But we'll see that at a future time in the major site plan submittal.
Go ahead, Bob.
You addressed how many mobile home spaces there would be, and you also addressed where RVs could or could not go. Does either of those classifications include park models?
The RV would be, the RV stipulation is park models.
Okay. I recall that was an issue at a previous development, and
The spaces will all be sized for manufactured home. The intent for Sundance in the past has been to possibly market their manufactured home park by utilizing RVs for a time and hoping that those people that are using their RV will want to build a manufactured home there.
Okay. And also on the issue of assured water supply, it almost sounded like they were on the fence that if they can utilize the cause, that they may shift back towards single-family development?
Sound like it.
Or no, did I
They would have the
misunderstand?
ability to. I think their intent is to have it as a lease space manufactured home park.
Okay.
Their business model doesn't fit to individually plat those lots and sell the lots. They'd like control over the park.
And Joe, I'm sorry I interrupted you. You weren't done yet, were you? You weren't done yet, were you?
No, I'm done. That's
You're
the end of the
done. You're
presentation.
done, okay. I didn't know if you were ready for questions.
No, I was ready. I'm sorry. I kind of jumped a slide
Okay.
and then
Yeah,
came
go ahead,
back
Lisa.
to the end of the presentation. I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to show.
And I have a follow-up on Councilmember Huddleston. As far as the certificate of assured water, I saw there was a lot of discussion in the planning and zoning meeting. And so, several of the neighbors were worried that we're gonna be giving up those certificates and if they go to this, particular, project. Would we be able to use those if he decides to do this and lease the spaces and not have to use those assured water certificates? Can we use them for another development close by? It's just for that particular,
Yeah, so
They're not
so
transferable.
through ADWR, yeah, you can't
Okay.
transfer it. It has to stay within the same envelope of where they were
They
issued.
they can be transferred from owner to owner, but it stays with the property.
Yeah, it stays in that
Okay.
same envelope of the property. You can,
Okay,
you
good.
can make modifications in there to a certain extent,
Unfortunately.
but it all has to stay.
yeah, right. And I think we need to remember, of course, like you said, that there's three big projects, the mobile home and manufactured housing in the last year or whatever, but, to have these, diverse projects and, to have affordable or workforce housing, we know there's a need. And so, I like the idea of how it flows and what, the surrounding areas. And obviously, you took into consideration when you put the orange line around with the RVs. I think that, we talked about that last project, making sure that we're not putting the mobile units around to where the residents, the other houses are. So, I do like the idea of offering, continuing to offer these options in our community. There's definitely a need. The mayor and I have spent a lot of time and research on the options that are out there for our community, so.
Donna?
And you answered quite a few of the questions that I had, but you had mentioned about the 15% of our city's stock, housing stock, is usually where we're at with mobile homes and park models. I know that we've had some projects that we've already, seen. Where are we in that 15% mark?
We didn't do a full analysis of that at this point. We can put those numbers together for you if you'd like. We did, in the last 3 years, approve approximately 508 manufactured home spaces. There's another 200 plus RV spaces that have been approved since 2018 that are either in some sort of development stage or at least entitled for that. But we didn't do a full breakdown of those numbers.
And then, just for clarification, it's my understanding this is not a 55 plus. It has not been determined to be a 55 plus. And I know that you had asked the question about the ground set. Are these going to be new park models only?
Yeah, they would all be new park model homes. I believe the intent would be to be a 55 plus manufactured home project.
I thought in
That
the
tends to be the
P&Z,
business model.
yeah,
Someone asked
minutes
a
that
couple times,
somebody
so-
asked and they couldn't answer that, so.
Yeah,
Well, maybe the developer's here and he can answer that
yeah,
question.
and that's a good point.
Well, we can, when we throw it open to the public.
Okay, thank you very much.
Matt?
I had a concern from a citizen about two things. One, on the west side of the I know it's kind of hard because we're not doing the final design, but so basically off of Thornton Road, there's a house there to the south, and that green, I don't know if it's the same owner of that other L-shaped piece right there. Where would the entrances be and where?
I don't believe that is in the same ownership, but I'm not 100% sure. Right now, that parcel is completely vacant and is zoned urban ranch. They could develop it as a single-family home. Urban ranch does also support manufactured homes with a conditional use permit. We also did receive a call from a gentleman, and it's in the cul-de-sac across the street that's kind of wedged in between Sundance One stuff, that was concerned with some of this, some of the cause aspects of it and more manufactured homes in that area. Planning's position was was it's a good location for this particular request. Just, there is a salvage yard just to the south, and single-family homes near the salvage yard weren't super appealing to a planning. So we felt this was a good transitional use.
I was gonna say, I mean, especially because of the salvage yard side on the south. Now, the other thing though, but the RVs are only limited or restricted from the north and the east side, right? But not that little part by that house there.
Not at this time. The applicant could be open to that proposal. They do have an entrance going out, most likely to Thornton Road,
Okay.
at least in their conceptual plan, which in itself eliminates some of that, because they kind
That's
of
what I
want a
was
bigger
wondering, if
entrance.
that's gonna be their
Yeah,
entrance.
so,
And if I'm not mistaken, they're building one on the north side of the water tower right now, is that correct?
they are, yeah, that's
moving
also
dirt.
Sundance. So you can see the brown piece up on the west, too, is Sundance 2. Desert Sky Ranch is just north of the tower, and that's the same ownership group. They're contemplating having roads go through, so we have good connectivity through there as well. Again, we'll evaluate that at time of major site plan submittal, though.
And when would the traffic impact, that's at the major?
That would be
site
at the
as well?
major site plan. They would need to extend O'Neill through, at least to their property boundary. Improvements on Thornton, and so, but we would analyze that at time of major site plan.
And then one more, because water's the one that's coming up here too, and I know we can't transfer anything, but do you know any statistics about single-family home water use versus manufactured home?
It's lower for a manufactured home. It's about 25% lower for a manufactured home park than a traditional.
And there's a little more manufactured homes, and maybe if it's 55 plus, maybe less. But
It
that would
ends
leave
up-
the groundwater table about the same then?
I think this would be a little bit less. If we did I did a calculation before planning commission hearing, and it came out to be a little bit less water use for this proposal than the 200 single-family lots.
So it'd be less, yeah, okay, so that would be more groundwater technically.
Potentially.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I have a couple questions. One is, how many total residents came out in opposition, counting who showed up, the letters you got?
So I got 2 letters, but it was from the same gentleman in the Desert Crossing, which is just to the north and east of this site. Then I did receive a phone call with it was just one gentleman who was in the cul-de-sac wedged in between Sundance. There were multiple, that was a long conversation, so there was a lot covered in that one. And then we had, I would say 5 or 6 come to the planning commission.
From Desert Sky?
From just surrounding area, yeah. Desert
Desert Sky is that piece
Desert
that's up the
Crossing.
right corner, right?
Just to the, Desert Sky's just to the north, so Desert Sky's directly north of this.
Well, I think they're also east
Desert
there.
Crossing
That's key.
Desert Crossing is across the street from Desert Sky there. So the single-family residential, just directly north of this project
Because
is
there's
Desert
single
Sky.
family that's also east of this.
The east would be Desert Crossing,
Okay.
and then there's just north of the
But
apartments that you
they're
see there.
all that's single family.
Oh, there's multifamily directly east.
Right,
too.
the apartment complex is.
Yeah, so
multifamily.
directly north of the apartment complex, Desert Crossing,
But
that's
there's
where the
also,
phone call came
it
from.
also butts east,
Or the letter, excuse me.
it also butts a single family to the east. So there's single family that goes right to the back of the
Yeah,
multifamily.
Yeah,
Okay.
just north is Desert Sky. There's a 50-foot, it's owned by the Desert Sky HOA. It's a 50-foot, it was originally a drainage easement, not used for drainage though, so there's a separation between the park, or this proposal, and Desert Sky by a 50-foot.
Okay, so will is that Schultz Street? Will Schultz Street come all the way down and through? And will O'Neill be built out all the way over to Thornton?
Not all the way to Thornton, it'll end at their property line, for their improvements, would end at the property line.
Would it behoove us to take it all the way to Thornton?
We would analyze that at time of the major site plan and have to coordinate that with our traffic engineer and make sure
Kind
that
of
we
in
can
line
get
with
it
us
right
not,
away.
with,
Yeah,
kind of in
it-
line
it
with us
would.
not having half-completed streets.
We would, yeah, ideally, that's how it would work. However, development would, the city would be on the hook for that portion of improvements.
Correct.
So, yes.
Like we are on Peart Road.
Correct.
Okay.
But the applicant for this would stop at their property line.
Okay. Then also, this is getting pretty crowded with a lot of the manufactured homes. I mean, there's a lot of manufactured homes, even north, all the way up to our park, to Dave White.
Right.
And so Thornton's just 2 lanes, and it's starting to get pretty busy. It's also a major entrance to our industrial park to the south, and a lot of people now are using it as a bypass to avoid Cottonwood and Pinal Avenue. So is there any plan by all of this development, which in my understanding is one person, one developer, all that Sundance, all that North Sundance, all of this project to help in that improvement on Thornton? Are there any plans for that?
So each time they've done a submittal for the major site plan, there's been some improvements for Sundance 2, for turn lanes, and for Desert Sky Ranch, the Desert Sky Ranch undeveloped piece, to do turn lanes. There's no, that I'm aware of, any plans to widen Thornton in that area.
Okay, maybe I'll ask the developer and then when he gets up. I also want to make my feelings known in terms of these costs. There's 200 certificates of assured water. Those are like gold. And I'm really, really skeptical of letting a development go in that's not going to utilize the certificate of assured water. You can't get them. They're not issuing any. We haven't issued, the state hasn't issued any in 6 years. We have a limited number of certificates in the city for single-family development, which you have to have. And so I'm a bit not happy with the fact that they will go away. They'll basically just go away. So I'm gonna have a tough time letting that happen. So just my opinion. And, because once they're gone, they're gone. And so we have several still left, but a lot of them have been snapped up with this, with all the booming, the development we have. And I'd like to know, at the current rate of these permits that we are issuing, how long do we have before we were out of cause? How long before we were out of any potential new home builders? I mean, we're working on some programs right now for water conservation and a water resource plan, but that's a couple years away. It's not going to happen overnight. So, and Joe, I'm not yelling at you. So I apologize if it sounds like I'm yelling at you, but I'm pretty passionate about this,
Right.
especially about water and water for our city. So, I'm torn right now, so.
Yeah, we certainly covered it with the applicant at the application process time.
And was P&Z made aware that this had certificates of assured water?
Yeah, they were given the exact same presentation. There's a few tweaks, but it was definitely out front
They're obviously
and
not as
center.
passionate about water as I am then.
Well, I think there's a whole range of things that
Okay.
we don't disagree with that sentiment.
Okay.
We have about a 20-year supply of single-family homes right now at the current rate.
Okay. All right. That's assuming the rate doesn't go up.
Yeah, exactly. We had a pretty good year last year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anything's possible. Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Joe? Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I had a couple more. One to your point about the water, Mayor, and the other thing too about 200 single-family homes versus 267 manufactured homes. I mean, it's about the same number, but we would lose a lot of impact fee dollars, if I'm not mistaken, for single-family homes versus the versus the manufactured homes.
Yeah, it's around $3,000 to $4,000, somewhere in that range.
Per
unit.
Yeah. And then the other thing would be, my question that it was brought up, but I didn't get, I think I understood it. Along the north border, there's a 50-foot buffer already for
Yes.
that was a drainage easement?
Mhm.
And then what's the buffer from the wall, or is that it? Is it just 50 and then the manufactured homes can go right up to the, I mean, whatever
Yeah,
the
so they would
distance is
have
from the wall?
they could place their wall there, and then they have a 10-foot setback to the manufactured home.
Okay. But the wall would be at about 50 feet and then the manufactured home then
The
10
wall
feet.
could be set directly at 50 feet.
Yeah, and I just want to say too, I admire Sundance. They do a really nice job. They have a nice product. So this is nothing against them or their product or their company. So I want to make sure that's clear. I might get a little passionate with that water statement, so I apologize. Anybody else have any questions for Joe before I open the floor to the public? Because I think we do want to hear from the developer. You guys okay with that? Okay. So, seeing no more questions from council, which doesn't mean we won't have more questions by the time we're done, but I am going to open the floor to the public since this is a public hearing. So please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Did you want to hear from the developer first or the residents? What would you prefer? I'm here on behalf of the developer, Mr. Gavin.
We'd be happy to hear from you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Mayor and council members, it's a pleasure to be here tonight in Casa Grande. It's been a long time. My name is Ralph Pugh. My office address is in Mesa, 1744 South Val Vista Drive. It's a pleasure to be here, honestly, on behalf of Mr. George McGavin and his partners and their companies. As the mayor indicated, they do own and operate Sundance 1, 2, and 3. They're building Desert Sky. They have fairways that are going on, and this project. They do this throughout the valley, and they have significant interest in this, and they are very, very good at it. And they develop a nice project. This project will have amenities, a pickleball court, bocce ball, indoor community center, outdoor, the pool, all those good things that make it what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We're both in that category, right? I'm well beyond it. So I've been thinking about that, right? So can I just answer a few questions? Mr. Horn and Mr. Tice have done a really good job working with us over the months, and the presentation was thorough. So can I just hit on a few points that I think are important on some of your minds here tonight? One, the lot sizes in this mobile home residential project are 5,000 to 6,500 square feet. Now, our firm has the pleasure of representing many, many home builders up in the valley. And those lot sizes are very, very common today. It's the standard development through most of the valley that's what stick-built, as we call them, homes are located on. So this project is not going to have the feel of a very tight development of the old mobile home parks. These are good-sized lots. So I just wanted to remind you of all of that. Secondly, I think this whole water issue is clearly one of some importance, certainly to the mayor and others who have spoken, and many of you. I think there's just a little bit of misnomer here and misunderstanding about cause and water supply. The Certificate of Assured Water Supply is a creature of statute that has been around for years, and it requires administrative approval by ADWR. The rules, the science, the geotech efforts about that, the water hydrology issues are all really complicated, and we couldn't begin to talk about them here tonight. But for us to think that because a property has a cause, therefore it's some valuable asset, it is valuable only, Mayor and Council, if you want to think about it this way, if there's a home builder interested in developing that property. Otherwise, it's worthless. And I think a way to look at this, if you would, is to think about when this all happened. This was 2006, when this property was zoned as a PAD for single-family residences and received a certificate of assured water supply. What happened overnight? The economy falls apart. 2007 comes. 2008 exists. 2009, we started breathing again a little bit. 10, we had life. 11 and 12, it was totally average. 13 and 14, the home building industry began again to resurrect from where it had been, completely gone. Believe me, I know that because our law firm represents home builders. And all you got to do is look at our clients for those few years, and they weren't there. So I guess what I try to urge you tonight to think about, if you could, on this one, if this property were really well situated for single-family dwellings, stick-built dwellings, it would have been done by now, or the developers would be waiting in line, knocking on the door of the property owner to do it. There's got to be other reasons besides the certificate, most of which is probably its adjacency to the industrial zoning and what could ultimately occur there. And so I would just kind of urge you to kind of put that in your mix as you think about it. The other thought came up tonight, which was an interesting one, about impact fees. Impact fees on this site are going to be zero until a single-family home builder comes along, if they will. And honestly, the way we see it going today and how fast it's happening, we have home builder clients calling us every day. Look at this piece, look at that piece, let's look at this one, let's go out here. If they were interested in that one, we or other people would be here asking for that subdivision approval and formalizing it. So please think about that as you evaluate this case. It will be 55 and above. That's the way Mr. McGavin operates most of his parks. The road improvements, Mr. Mayor, that is always the case, isn't it? You improve the frontage on your property, and then there's a gap. So that is a topic that I'm sure will be discussed somewhat at the site plan review. It'll also probably come about when the industrial property to the south develops and when those properties adjacent develop. And if they don't, then that's always a conversation with municipal funding or how that happens. But tonight, I don't think any of us are prepared to discuss the substance of that at this point. That'll come up later, and we'll deal with those issues as they arise. What else was there? Let's see. Thornton, you're right, needs some attention here and north, clearly, and that'll have to be paid attention to. Again, I'd like to take your whole evening, but you've been here a long time, and the staff did a great job presenting this. Here you have a case coming to you with staff recommendation. You have a unanimous P&Z recommendation, and we would urge you to support this case. Again, quality project by Mr. McGavin, and I'd ask you to not to get too, Mayor, I know we're all focused on water, right? I'm native of Mesa for 4 generations. I know water's important, but I don't think the cause is the key. It is if residential development wants to occur there. I just don't think it does, or it would have. So with that, we appreciate your attention. We urge your vote in support of this case tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have, to the extent I can.
So is that Schultz Street going to be brought all the way through?
You mean O'Neill?
Oh, the improvement?
The east side?
I think they've talked about that, haven't they, Mr. Horn?
Schultz is there, it exists, so they would do their half street, and they would landscape.
So would it bring the street all the way down to O'Neill?
To O'Neill. Well, it's already existing there.
Oh, it does, okay. I can't tell because of the red dashes or.
Yeah, we would do our half.
So then they'd widen it on their half.
Mhm.
Anybody else have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And if there are comments from neighbors that deserve a moment of rebuttal, I might ask you for that if possible. I'm not sure what your protocol is, so that'd be nice.
We're pretty open.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from the the neighborhood or anyone else who would like to speak on this project? Okay, I see a hand over there. Let him clean the microphone, and you can come on up to the microphone. Just tell us who you are and give us your address, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Garcia. I live on Desert Crossing, 677 West Viola Street, which is across for this development is gonna be. So my concern is about the value. When they do this, how the value is gonna be turned out in our houses? Is it gonna be drop or is it gonna be high? How that thing is gonna work, and also.
Well, if they're ground set, then they won't be any higher than a single level home in any neighborhood. So if you have a single family home in your neighborhood, you're off of Viola, right? Is that what you said?
Right, 677.
So you're right next to them.
Yes.
If there's a single family home there, they would not be any taller than that single family. In fact, probably a little lower.
I think
Yeah, but what about the price?
About the value of
Oh,
the
the
home.
price.
Yeah, what about
How it
the price,
affects
the
the home.
value of that
Well,
compared to mine?
they purchased the manufactured home and then they lease a space. So I don't
how
know,
that-
maybe the developer could answer what would that average price of that type of a home if you sold the property with it?
And how would it affect? I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
concerned
right,
with
how's it gonna affect
How it
me on
affects the
that?
value around there.
His value.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know. We have them all over the city. I mean, it's not like this is the only manufactured home facility. I live at Coyote Ranch, and there's one across the street from my home. And our homes have some of the highest values in the city. So, we're separated, but with a street, Rodeo Road separates us. So, I'm just speaking from my personal experience. Plus, there's the apartment complex that's just down the street from my development. So we have mixed use all around the city. I think if it's done right, and if you go by Sundance and you take a look at Sundance's facility, they're very quality manufactured home and a mobile home type park. So their oldest one is the one that's right there off Thornton and the Maricopa Highway. And then the newest piece is the one that's just north of that horse that's on top of the rock. If you've been down Thornton,
Yeah.
that's the newest piece they just put in.
Mayor, I could say the oldest one is about 20, just over 20 years old, still kept up very nicely.
Yeah, and it still looks
And then
nice.
the newer one has much bigger lots, and it's also all the ground set, much like what they're proposing here. And their company's known for keeping, they don't want a bad area either. It's not,
Yeah, they've owned these homes.
not traditional like, I don't want to say, but mobile home parks. It's more of a resort type thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know about values because I'm not an appraiser. I don't know if anyone can speak to that but I think they
Yeah,
value the same type of home in the area, So,
Right.
but I don't know
I don't know
about
if,
that, but I
I don't know
appreciate
if that
it.
helps you or not.
Yeah, well, the other concern is about the traffic. I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea, I guess. I mean, we don't have no stoplights, we don't have no stop signs, not on O'Neill, on the other street, on, what was it called? The one from, north to south,
Yeah, the Schultz.
Schultz, right. And I mean, I just live right there and I could see people flying.
Where's the entrance gonna be?
The original entrance was, they'll have three. They'll have one on Thornton, they'll have another one on Schultz, they'll have another one on O'Neill, and a potential connection to Desert Sky Ranch, at least on the conceptual site plan that they had shown. I don't know if it's been fully determined which they're going to make their main entrance yet. They just showed those four connections at this point.
And they'll all be open, they'll be gated, but they'll be,
Yeah, they'll take advantage of the private street network, so they'll be gated community. Again, traffic impact analysis will be provided at the time of major site plan to determine what improvements need to be made, including streetlights, stop signs, extra lanes, turn lanes.
so there's another opportunity for public input at that meeting?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the neighbors will get notification?
As soon as we get the application in, we will send out
And whether this was a manufactured home facility or single-family, you're still going to have some traffic impact.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
that development would connect to Schultz anyway. So
Right.
there would be potential, and Viola Street might even become a street that actually goes into that development. In this case, it won't, because this is private streets.
Right.
In this particular case.
Right. So I'm
So that's,
concerned about
that's,
the.
that's a good thing about it being a manufactured park, because it will be gated. And-
Right,
and it
so
will
I'm
be-
concerned about more than noise too, how much the noise gonna be like, in and out traffic, like,
These people are 55 and older.
well, yeah, I know, but
They get-
I didn't see that,
They
but
get
I
loud
mean-
at 4 o'clock and they're in bed by 9.
Oh, all right,
Speak
all
for
right,
yourself.
thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, any other public comment? Just give us your name and your address, please.
James Andriano. My parents live at 1729 North Thornton Road, which would be, just north of the Sundance entrance across the canal. They've lived there for 40-plus years. We're against it.
They on the east side of Thornton?
On the west side of Thornton,
Where that little cul-de-sac is right there.
where there's 3 homes in that, in the
So
green.
right
urban
between
range.
Sundance North and Sundance South?
Yeah, the Sundance one has the entrance right on the south side of the
Yeah,
canal.
right
my
south
parents' house.
of your property?
Yeah.
Your parents' property, okay.
Yeah. And, we're concerned about the impact fees, existing, looks like the city will lose about 300,000 in impact fees. The Thornton Road will need to be widened. Who pays for all the improvements? Is the current landowners gonna have to pay and be assessed for that? Mobile homes are cheaper to purchase but depreciate over time. Therefore, there's less tax revenue for the city that must provide the same services: fire, police, trash, sewer. There's gonna be costs that the city's gonna implement by this project going in. And even if regular houses go in, there's still gonna be a cost, but you're gonna gain more money in impact fees. And you have to staff the fire department yearly, for a full year job. And 55 plus, more than likely, is probably gonna be seasonal residents that are only gonna be here supporting our restaurants, our businesses seasonally through the year, which brings in tax revenue. Mobile homes have an effect on lowering property values of surrounding conventionally built homes, neighborhoods. This lowering tax revenues for the neighborhoods around it. CG, I pulled this up off of a survey, said it had 17.8% mobile homes and 64% conventional built homes. CG has 23 established mobile home parks already. Realtor.com shows that right now today, there's 103 mobile homes for sale in Casa Grande, mobile home parks. 83 in Palm Park alone for sale on another website. I can't remember which one. That was another RV park, real estate deal. Do we really need another mobile home park in Casa Grande? R4 zoning is to provide affordable family housing, which Mr. McGavin's business model is for 55 age restricted. So how does another mobile home park for 55 plus benefit CG families struggling to afford housing? All I hear about is there's not affordable housing in Casa Grande. There's not enough affordable housing. see it all over on Facebook. So how is this going to help benefit Casa Grande with affordable housing? Being close to industrial, they can put in some nice small affordable housings with that cause certificate. And you can be on a lower, kind of targeting the lower income bracket of the city. I looked up the city of Casa Grande's median income is $25,000 a year. That is very low. I was surprised. I thought it used to be 35.
Depends on if you're talking single family or family.
That's the median income. That's
one person.
One person. So basically, you get a $54,000, I think it is, for a
Per family.
family. Okay, that's very low. When we talk about cause certificates, that disappears. This water thing is not going to be easy to get over. The Colorado River supply system is way overloaded between all states that pull from it. We are 10 feet away from the first tier cut, and then it doesn't take very long to get to the next cut, and that's when cities will start losing water. And I can speak for hours about that. I'm not going to take all your time. That's just kind of some information that's put out there. The cause certificates are like gold. I think they could put some lower cost housing in there, button up against the industrial. It wouldn't affect the neighboring houses as much. You can put in some small, nice 1,100 square foot homes on a decent sized lot. Keep with the 200 home plat, it has to stay 200 homes. Several emails back and forth to ADWR. The certificate is valid, it is good. The current owner, George McGavin, I believe, has a contract on the property. It's from what I understand. The current owner can assign that certificate to a buyer, and they just have to do a name change because in real estate law, before they can sell a lot, they need to have that cause certificate in their name. Doesn't sound like too bad of a system to do, to get it done. I will get back to the mobile homes are not inexpensive. Purchased new can easily exceed $100,000 depending on upgrades, amenities, while only qualify for a 20-year mortgage. Add rental space in Sundance Parks at $391.93, I believe is what's advertised on their site, for a rental spot to put your mobile home on, plus park fees, utilities, sewer, trash, water cost, can be as much or more than average on a conventionally built home, and the spaces are always a rental, never owned by the owner of the mobile home. The mobile home park can be sold, and the new owner can tell the people you have to leave. That's happened in the valley. Water, the current owners can transfer the cause. Okay, I'm sorry, I skipped a place here. But the plat has to stay the same with 200. Working on changing the rules.
I didn't lay out the rules very well, but, because I didn't abide by them in the first place, but we usually have a 3-minute limit.
Okay, sorry.
So if you could wrap it up. I think we understand that you're against it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the last deal.
Okay.
I think I've about, you covered, there's not any assured water supply certificates available in the near future. Doesn't look like any will be available. They use, what I could calculate up was pretty close, maybe a little bit less water than conventional built houses. It's, everything I found was 60 to 80 gallons of water per day per person is what you could find. we're against it because of we don't think it's in the best interest of the city and its residents. This area will have a high density of mobile home parks. It'll be pretty much all mobile home parks around that area. A nice mix of housing choices would be nice for the city. You have apartments on one side, pretty nice homes around, and then you have some mobile home parks, and they do a very good job of taking care of them. The city has the opportunity to keep this property for affordable family homes, which will benefit the permanent city residents of Casa Grande. And the last I knew, I thought there was only about 6,000 PADs in the city of Casa Grande, but I could be wrong. I didn't research into, but I've heard something about there was 6,000 available.
Yeah, we have a lot more certificates of assured water.
Is there? I'd heard 6,000, but I don't know. If there's 20 years apart, there's a lot more, and that might be
And
outstanding.
I think
areas
Mr.
that-
Tice is a little bit high on his estimate personally, but that's between he and I.
Yeah, it sounds super high to me, actually. But, and I also understand in the 2030 plan, we are looking at trying to cut 15% water use for residents.
I'm glad somebody read that, thank you.
I like to term it, I'm from an ag background. I have friends that have grandfathered water rights that are losing a percentage of that in 3 years. Their ability to make income on their land is decreasing. This land's gonna get turned to income property for one person, from what I understand, does not even live in Casa Grande. These farmers live in Casa Grande. They have developed this town. They're losing a percentage of their grandfathered water right because ADWR has the authority to go in and take 10% or more at any time. And that's a grandfathered water right. So I take it very personally when it comes to water. I have a lot of good friends in the state of Arizona, different areas, ag, everything. A good friend of mine, that from Buckeye, we always talk, best friend from college, and we always term water as what is the best use. When you're growing a crop, building a house, developing a city, what's gonna be the best use of that water? Because there is a limited supply of it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. All right, the public hearing is still open. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council? Please try and keep your comments as short as possible, please, because we have one more to go tonight, and I think it's gonna take a little while, too.
My name is Andres Aguirre. My address is 671 West Viola Street. I'm neighbors to John, actually. And actually, I'm just have a lot of the same concerns as, my neighbors from both sides, about property value, about the traffic. I actually work at Hexdale, so I take O'Neill and I kind of wrap around that S curve out where the development's also going to be in place. So that S curve, right now it's night, driving towards my work. So just going there alone without any additional traffic is, kind of a 50-50. And also, new concerns now with the water plan. I don't know if that's going to, affect our residents in Desert Crossings and the one above us, or, but yeah, I'm with my neighbors on this one. I mean, if there's a better way or better usage of that property, building new houses. I know they're building newer houses in north of that development as well, and I know a couple people that actually bought homes just brand new off of there, so that's one of my concerns as well. So,
Okay.
if anything, I'm against that as well too. So,
Okay.
cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, the developer would like to probably have a rebuttal. Ralph? Please keep your comments brief, though, if you would, please.
I couldn't hear you, Mayor, I'm sorry.
I said, please keep your comments brief, though.
They will be brief. Thank you, Mayor. In answer to the question with respect to the cost and the price of the homes, I talked to George McGavin outside, and just the manufactured home itself is between $180,000 and $205,000. That's just the home to put on the lot. We have not done the math as a home builder would to determine, take the land cost divided and add all the improvements and divide by lots to get the lot cost. We haven't done that because they don't think in those terms. Okay, so that's the value there. This property abuts 5 different land uses: industrial, apartments, single family, manufactured homes, and RV park. Our view is that this manufactured home residence is the right fit for those. And finally, with respect to the water, there is a major difference between a grandfathered water rights certificate for farming, agriculture, mining, and industrial uses. They have nothing to do with the assured water supply that's required for a subdivision. And when you think about it, it really has little to do with supply. Because if, for example, assume this whole property were zoned for multifamily and someone proposed a 400-unit apartment project here, they don't have to get a certificate of assured water supply, yet there are 400 units receiving water. So I would urge you not to get too conflicted in the understanding of those different things. This is a good use, it's a great operator, and we urge your support of this case, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public, since the floor is still open? Okay, seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and see if there are any further comments from the council. All right.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bob.
Bob?
I have a comment. We had a couple of people ask about home values to the east of this development. And I don't know that there's anyone that can predict what your home values are going to do over the next 10, 20 years based on this development. What I can tell you is that in real estate, home values are determined by comparables. What did your neighbor's house sell for? What did the guy 3 blocks down the street with a similar house, what does it sell for? I'm not aware of any red flag that says if you have a gated, professionally run mobile home park near you, that's going to drop the value of your home. These homes will not be factored in to those comparables because they're not comparable. They're a manufactured house sitting on a leased lot, so when an appraiser comes in to say, how much is your house worth, they look at real apples to apples, not apples to oranges. So I would probably ask you to put your mind at ease over that value. I don't see. The reality is home prices all over Casa Grande, all over the state are going up, and I really don't see any chance that this kind of a development would cause that to reverse. That was just my comment, Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Lavender?
I understand the concerns of the homeowners, but one of the concerns that I would have is $180,000 homes and they're not open, when they're not owning the property. There's going to be these are going to be people that have a high income. And when you talk about lower value homes, you're going to have an increase of noise, increase of crime, and things like that, which I think might deter from the quality of life from your parents and things like that. So that's, to me, is kind of the dilemma. And then, Ralph, one of the things, I didn't get a real strong sense that you were eager to help us with the Thornton Road situation, but I realize it's not at this stage. But I would hope if we did get to that stage, that you might consider doing what they do in Sun Lakes at the Dobson entrance, where it's really restricted who can come in and out up to Dobson Road at Sun Lakes on Thornton and try to push the traffic out to the east. But I know that's not at this stage, but I think that would help on Thornton Road.
Matt?
It's something else that helped a lot, and I appreciate everyone that spoke tonight, but there is already a lot of manufactured housing in that area. So that's one reason it goes there. And to me, the water, it's actually gonna use less water, so technically we should have more groundwater, right? I mean,
You lose the paper water.
well, the paper water, yeah, but the wet water.
Well, that's the argument right now.
Yep.
Paper water versus wet water.
So, and then again, this, they have a proven track record here. And I just hope and want everyone to know the traffic seems to be a big issue. And that's at a different stage, just like Mr. Lavender said, but it'd be something I hope that the developer would help with and be sensitive of, because, and when you get more traffic like that, it drives a lot more of the changes of stop signs, street lights and everything. But again, that's a different stage when they realize what actually is gonna happen in this area.
Lisa?
And I did want to thank everyone for coming. I mean, obviously, when, these are your homes and your family's home, and you're very passionate about, how it's going to affect you, but the arguments that have come up, it's just hard to deny the request when you're really looking at, why, when it comes to water issues, it's, the certificates, of course, were concerning to me. But, as far as this actual supply, it's not going to be affected by having the manufactured home versus the single family homes. The traffic, you're going to have traffic no matter what, whether, whatever product you have come in. And so, and there are stages in the future for us to look at the traffic. And then the zoning pieces, when you look at what's surrounded, there's manufactured homes there already, there's apartments. We've had people that don't want to build because you have apartments right there. And manufactured homes. So, it seems like a good transition to put these in there. And like you said, when there's, a high, the cost of these are, $200,000. And so obviously people are going to make sure that they maintain them and, the income that you have to build and own that. So I don't know. I really understand, where you're coming from, but I just struggle with denying this request because, like Mr. Pugh made it actually a good point when he said, it's good to say we want certain things in there, but why hasn't someone already built in there? So maybe that demand isn't there, and especially because of the different zoning around that property. So this could be a good fit for that area.
Go ahead, Donna.
I'm not going to echo what everybody else has already said, because I do agree, but I do want to let the homeowners know that I appreciate the fact that they came, and I think there was 6 that came to P&Z meeting, and then we had a couple others that came, with letters afterwards, and their concerns are heard. I'm not an expert on the water, so that does concern me, but I do value the opinion of our staff in respect to what they feel, we can and cannot handle. And as far as the planning and zoning, I know that there are several folks that have been represented on that, board that do know more about water than I do. And so for it to pass unanimously tells me that they did some of their homework as well. So, thank you.
Okay. I'm conflicted on this project because I know it does lend to a good transition from the industrial that's below it. But there is a pretty big buffer on O'Neill because you have the canal and then you're gonna have O'Neill Street. So it's not like anything built there, whether it was a single-family home or a manufactured home, was gonna be sitting right next to or backed up to a industrial park or, a bunch of junked cars, which is what that one big area is that's south of it. And you didn't answer my concerns about our water. So I still have that concern. The 55 plus is a bit disturbing, only from the standpoint that it doesn't help my workforce housing issues that I have here in the city. So, you know, and whether this is a manufactured home or a single-family home, the traffic impact is going to be very similar. Other than in this manufactured home, that the entrance and exit can be much more controlled because it is gated. So there'll be fences around it, and then they'll have, even if they have 4 exits, it's still minimal compared to a neighborhood that might go in there as a single family. So from that standpoint, it's actually less traffic impact on the surrounding communities. I am concerned about Thornton, and I'm concerned about O'Neill. I really would like to see us finish those and widen Thornton. It needs it. Thornton's becoming a real hazard, and will become more so as the area develops. So, like I said, I'm conflicted. I hate the thought of losing 200 certificates of assured water. I know it's just paper. It's not wet water, but it's paper, which allows us to build a single-family home. Paul says 20 years, I say 15, maybe less. Anyway, that's an argument that we'll have later. And so, I don't know. I guess we'll call for the vote and we'll see where we go here. Anybody else have any other comments? Usually, I don't like to tell a landowner how they should use their property and what they should really do with it until it affects, neighbors. And in this particular case, I don't think it will affect the neighbors adversely. It shouldn't affect your housing value. To Bob's comments, you don't take a manufactured home and do it comparable to a single-family home. So, but it does butt up against a bunch of single-family homes. It also butts up against multifamily homes, and it also butts up against industrial, and also butts up against manufactured homes. So, and then that big piece there above them, that's Arizona Water. So they got a tower looking over the top of them, which we may light and paint someday. So you may be back here fighting us on the lighting and the painting of that water tower. So if you do come back and this does pass, I'm going to remind you of that. Okay, so that being said, I've lost my place. It is a public hearing. We already closed the public hearing, so I'll consider an ordinance number, please, Gloria. It's L3.
Ordinance number 1178.239.1. An ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from planned area development to mobile home residential on approximately 58.77 acres of property generally located east of Thornton Road and north of O'Neill Drive, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for approval of ordinance number 1178.239.1 as presented.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
No.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
On this one, it's tough, but I think the good outweighs the bad by just a little bit, because I think we got most of the concerns addressed, so I say yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Just because I've never voted no, I'm going to vote no. Because it still passes. So, all right, well, bye-bye, cause. Okay, I'll remind you when we light up that tower. Okay. The next item on our agenda is L4, which is also a public hearing, and this is a major amendment to the portion of the commercial component of the Mission Royale planned area development. It's ordinance number 1178.228.1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Good evening.
So this is a request by Mullen 360 for the Casa Grande Auto Park. Before I discuss the specifics of the amendment, I wanted to take the opportunity to give you a little bit of background and history about the Mission Royale PAD and its approved land uses. So the Mission Royale Planned Area Development Zone is bound by Interstate 10 to the west and Hacienda Road on the east. And the northern boundary is Florence Boulevard. Early Road separates the PAD from the age-restricted single-family residential community on the north side and the single-family residential family community on the south side. Although the majority of the PAD is allocated for single-family residential use, the area in red up towards the top left portion of the PAD, the northwest portion, is designated for commercial uses. This PAD zoning was established in 2000, providing for a commercial area and then the single-family residential area surrounding it. The amendment is specifically to a 26.68 acre approximate portion of the commercial area. Within the commercial area currently, there's a number of uses allowed, such as grocery stores, including fuel and liquor sales if accessory, hotels, gyms, barbershops and salons, hospitals, sit-down restaurants, bars, offices, and general retail. And with the issuance of a conditional use permit reviewed by Planning Commission, uses such as tire sales, mounting and repair, car washes, churches, schools, and fast food restaurants would also be permitted currently. The specific request is to take 26.68 acres of the commercial designated area of the Mission Royale PAD and zone it to accommodate an auto park or add auto park as an allowed use in that PAD. That 26.68 acres comprises or is comprised of parcel 5, where the Sam's Club building sits, and then the undeveloped portion to the south of the Sam's Club parcel, known as parcel 8. The intent is to develop this area as an auto park, and what that would entail is refurbishing the existing building of Sam's Club to accommodate a dealer or two within that space, or multiple dealers, I should say, and then develop parcel 8 to the south to accommodate additional dealers so that it creates an auto mall. Although the primary intent of the applicant is to amend the zoning to allow the auto park use, they are also asking for additional uses to provide additional options for any portions of this land not developed as an auto park. And that would include the request for rental centers, liquor stores, and convenience stores, which is currently prohibited in that zone district unless it's accessory to a primary use, such as a grocery store, for example. Now, there's the potential for a 1.6 acre pad site located currently on parcel 5 that housed the former fuel station for Sam's Club. And again, you might wonder, well, how did that fuel station get there if one of the requests is to allow a fuel station and convenience store? But again, that fuel station existed because it was accessory to the Sam's Club. Without the Sam's Club use being in that building and instead it being car dealerships, the ability to redevelop that 1.6 acre pad site as a convenience or fuel station would not be permitted in this zone currently. So the request does entail amending the PAD to add these new uses. However, within the amendment proposal, there are certain restrictions, and I'll read through these for you. So the development of rental centers, liquor stores, or convenience stores would be limited to a total of 4 acres among that 26.68 acre site. So where that could potentially be developed is, any of the voids that you see on parcel 5 and 8. However, there's some additional setbacks, et cetera, that I'll discuss on later slides that would help direct where those buildings could ultimately be placed. Also, the proposal suggests that convenience stores with more than 4 pumps would be subject to a conditional use permit. So that would allow Planning Commission the ability to place additional restrictions on that, such as hours of operation. Any outdoor storage would be prohibited unless fully screened. Auto repair, including auto body associated with auto dealerships, must take place in an enclosed building, and vehicles awaiting body repair must be behind fully screened enclosure. And of course, I should say that any and all development here of parcel 5 or parcel 8, even the refurbishing of the Sam's Club building, would prompt a major site plan, which would be subject to additional public review. Because what would ultimately happen, even if they were to remodel the Sam's Club building, and at this time propose no additional construction, they'd be changing the exterior finish of the building, so they would have to be updating the approved elevations that was a part of the original approved site plan. Some additional development standards that are being requested to be modified is to remove the 50% maximum light reflectivity value for exterior paint colors on bodies of buildings, and to remove the requirement for mission-style architecture. Now, the reason for these 2 requests is because to accommodate auto dealerships, there's specific franchise agreements that stipulate very strict design requirements that would be difficult to accomplish with these current limitations of the maximum light reflectivity value in the mission-style architecture. Another request that they're seeking is to allow the 15% minimum landscape coverage to apply to the 26.68 acres in total versus being applied specifically on each site within that area, should it be further subdivided or parceled out as individual development sites. When reviewing amendments to PADs, this type of amendment would be considered major because it involves a change of land use. There's certain uses that are currently prohibited in the PAD, and the request is to allow those uses. So in this situation, it would require both Planning Commission consideration and City Council approval. Planning Commission did hear this request at its January 7th, 2021 hearing, and they did recommend approval. However, when reviewing PAD amendments, it's subject to meeting the following criteria. And the staff report provided to the Planning Commission dived into these criteria more deeply, but I'm going to specifically talk about these here tonight with regard to the ones that are the most crucial to the decision. So these criteria highlighted in yellow, although they are PAD amendment review criteria, these are probably most appropriately addressed at the time of major site plan review. For example, that first highlighted item, the impact of the plan on existing and anticipated traffic and parking. At the time of amending the zoning, it's really just the first step of the process. When the applicant comes in and requests a major site plan to be considered by Planning Commission is when we would see a traffic impact analysis that would evaluate the current level of service of the roadways that the use would generate or impact. And it would suggest potential upgrades to the roadway network to ensure that that level of service was maintained at an acceptable category. And it would be reviewed by our city traffic engineer staff. And the same thing would be true with regard to the provision of utilities and grading. because any new building proposed, we would require wastewater and water reports that would evaluate whether or not the infrastructure that existed could accommodate the proposed development. Same thing with grading and drainage and loading and unloading areas. We would evaluate whether it was a good fit and if it was sited adequately on the property with respect to adjacent land uses. The items that I've highlighted in red here are the ones that I want to specifically talk about this evening, because I think these are the most important with regard to the overall impact that the PAD amendment could have on the surrounding uses. And also these highlighted items in red speak more specifically to the comments that staff received as part of our public notification efforts. And really it comes down to compatibility and the relationship of the plan both on and off the property and adequacy of the plan with respect to land use, lighting, and signage. So with regard to the city's public notification efforts, there was a number of comments received leading up to Planning Commission and then including after Planning Commission. Many of these comments I know were provided to you directly from the people concerned. To summarize the concerns, it comes down to this list. Essentially, liquor stores and convenience stores would be too close to the residences. A number of emails had sort of done an analysis of how many of these are within close proximity already, and the general feeling was there really wasn't the need for any more of these uses. There was concern that they operate at late hours, and they didn't feel like a 24-hour establishment was a good fit next to single-family residential, particularly age-restricted single-family residential, where there was a lot of value placed on the peace and enjoyment of the properties. And there was concern that it would affect the value of the homes. And so more to that point is they felt that the convenience stores, liquor stores, et cetera, would be quite disruptive, especially since this is available, or the potential to locate these elsewhere was readily available, such as within the promenade. One email even suggested why not the auto dealership take advantage of the Phoenix Mart site, since it would be removed from the single family area. And just a lot of sentiment with regard to being the wrong mixture of uses in the area. There was concern about the increase of traffic, including large truck deliveries. Bright, tall, excessive lighting was a concern and how that would impact residences. Loud noise from the deliveries and loudspeakers that are associated with dealerships. And the smell from dumpsters and the sound from trash collection. And also the excess signage that is typically associated with auto dealerships and bright reflective buildings that could be seen from the residential area. They felt that there would be a negative impact on their neighborhood. So because commercial has long been designated in this area, granted not for these 4 specific uses that are being requested to also be allowed, but there's already been a number of existing compatibility measures in place to help mitigate concerns between commercial use and residential use. So firstly, there is to be, and this exists in the current PAD and will carry forward with the amendment, a 25-foot landscaped buffer along the eastern portion of the commercial area, just on the other side of the 8-foot tall wall between the single-family area and the commercial area. Also, there exists a 30-foot wide easement for a water line and vehicular access to the Arizona Water Well Company site. So effectively, between that 25-foot buffer that would ultimately be landscaped and that 30-foot wide access and utility easement, there's a 55-foot distance before structures could be placed on the property. Additionally, there's a 75-foot setback for buildings over 35 feet in height. So buildings within the first 75 feet of the residential area would be limited to a height of 26 feet, and then beyond that 75 foot, they'd be allowed to go as tall as 35. So there wouldn't be any immediately tall structures, at least, taller than 26 feet until you cleared 75 feet from the residential area. And then also there would be a minimum of 15-foot landscaping adjacent to public right-of-way. Some additional compatibility measures being proposed with this PAD amendment include a lot to do with lighting and some other development standards that would help mitigate the impact. So the maximum light pole height within the first 75 feet from residential area would be limited to 25 feet in height. The maximum light pole height beyond that 75-foot area would be limited to 35, which is the current height of the light poles presently within the Sam's Club parking lot. Light from poles or light emanating from any signage or buildings are to have no light trespass at the outer perimeter of the property adjacent to residential property. And it would be required to follow our existing city code ordinances with regard to light control. Use of loudspeakers would be prohibited. When I was working with the applicant, that was the first concern I thought of, is when I think of an auto dealership, I think of those loudspeakers, paging James, his car is ready. But the applicant informed me that a lot of the present and modern dealerships have gone away from the loudspeakers. A lot of the customers and employees alike rely on cell phone texts or headsets, and so there's not a need for loudspeakers. And currently, as proposed within their PAD amendment, that would be restricted. Outdoor storage must be fully screened by a block wall at least 6 feet in height. And signage can often be a very complex topic. And within a PAD, there often is not set signage requirements because it's really going to be unique to what's being proposed. And our standard sign code does not speak to signage requirements within planned area development zones, because a planned area development zone is a customized zone district that gets to create its own rules subject to the approval of specific approving bodies. So what this request also proposes is that a comprehensive sign plan for any new signage proposed would be subject to review and consideration by Planning Commission, which would be a separate public hearing. And it would allow more detail to be focused just on the nuances of signage, which can be quite sensitive. So by divorcing it from the PAD is an advantage because it allows staff and the neighbors and the applicant opportunity to work on signage issues. Much of these I've already discussed in my presentation, but just to summarize the various compatibility measures, I don't think it hurts to go over these, especially given the number of concerns expressed. So loudspeakers would be prohibited. Light poles are limited to 25 feet in height within 75 feet of the residential area. Otherwise, they could be as tall as 35 feet. It's the same as existing. Light from poles, buildings, or signage are to have no light trespass at the outer perimeter of the property adjacent to residential property. Signage is subject to separate comprehensive sign plan approval by Planning Commission, which would be a public hearing. Auto repair, including auto body, is to occur within enclosed buildings. Vehicles awaiting body repair service are to be within a screened area by means of a masonry wall at least 6 feet in height, to be operated by the dealership, not a third party. Outdoor storage associated with rental centers must be fully screened. Convenience stores with more than 4 fuel pumps shall be subject to a conditional use permit. Convenience stores, rental centers, or liquor store sites would be limited to a total of 15% of the amendment area, which comes out to 4 acres. And again, there would be further major site plan review to evaluate the appropriateness of elevation styles, traffic impact, and other infrastructure concerns. Specifically with regard to lighting, due to technological advances with LED, is it can be designed to be very pointed and directed at what is chosen to be illuminated. As you see in this graphic on the left, the parking lot is well lit. You can see very clearly that the lights are working. But immediately off to the bottom, there's suddenly a much darker, low light situation. And that's one of the advantages to the LED technology. And the other photos are just to show you that there is existing signage there that was in place as the Sam's Club site. There's a pylon sign parallel to I-10, and there's one on Florence. And so there is signage opportunity that can currently be used without having to amend the comprehensive sign plan, or should the comprehensive sign plan not be successful, there would be some allowances for signage based on the infrastructure that's presently there. At its January 7th, 2021 meeting, Planning Commission did unanimously forward a recommendation that City Council approve this PAD amendment. There were technical modifications that were part of that approval, but they've all been addressed. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. This is,
We can go again, right?
yeah, I'll throw it back
Well,
out.
I did have one, clarification. For, it said that a convenience store with 4 pumps, more than 4 pumps, would have to be conditionally permitted. That's what I was talking about earlier, Mayor. I thought there was a CUP. And any other auxiliary would have to go through another site plan review? Is that what you said?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Herman, so with regard to how it's currently being proposed, if a convenience store with 4 pumps or less were proposed, it would be allowed by right with the approval of a major site plan. If they were to propose more than 4 pumps, in addition to the major site plan, it would be subject to a conditional use permit.
Also, rental centers, are we talking like furniture rental type or car?
I would see furniture stores more as general retail. I think and the reason why I'm using I think is because there's no definition in the PAD. But the way that staff has interpreted rental centers is to imply like equipment rental. So any outdoor equipment would have to be fully screened and enclosed.
Okay, so okay. That was, I couldn't figure out exactly what the rental center. I read a lot of it. So equipment.
Yeah, I think, some of the emails were saying furniture rental.
Yeah. And then
I didn't remember
maybe
seeing
car,
that.
maybe car rental too? I mean.
Car rental would be part of the auto sales and service
So that would,
use.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Jeff, did you have a question?
The Circle K on Florence and Potty Bomb, how many acres is that store on approximately?
The new one?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lavender, I don't know right off the top of my head. I
You
want to
think
say
it's
it's
4 or
probably
less?
2. I don't know. I'd have to confirm that for you.
Then a conditional use permit only comes to the council if the applicant appeals the decision, appeals the planning commission, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we may have some more questions when we get done, but I want to open the floor to the public. This is a public hearing. So, is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak? Okay, well, they're public. They're welcome to speak if they'd like to speak. Yeah, I know.
Mayor McFarland, councilmen, councilwomen, thank you for letting us be here. The only thing I can really add that you may not find in your presentation of materials that your city staff has done a very nice job doing is a little bit about our background. Mullen 360 is a derivative of my dad being a car dealer, my grandfather being a car dealer. I got interested in real estate and for a long time chased the idea of a real estate niche, and that grew to a national effort around the United States. And we've been involved with about 1,200 car dealership sites in the United States and dozens of auto parks. I had mentioned in planning and zoning, names started coming back because we were talking to folks such as Gary Cropper, Henry Brown. So that tells you how long we've had an eye to Casa Grande. As late as the hour is, it's still a pleasure to be here than it might be in Bedford, New York, or Dulles, Washington, D.C., or other places where we have done developments. So, in California, other places. So, I wanted to give you that background, and there often is discussion in any of our developments that hover around three things: noise, traffic, and light. And so I'm happy to address any of those comments or questions. Briefly, I'll touch on the three of them. The traffic at this specific location, no matter which brands may show up and how this may be built, the traffic won't approach what was there before, prior. In many cases, we're in a greenfield site. Repurposing a building feels good. I like seeing a building with new life and new things as a developer, but we often only get an opportunity to develop on the land and not repurpose a facility. And I believe those reports all come later as it relates to the traffic. In regards to the noise, what was mentioned earlier is very true, and if you, next time you're out buying a car, you probably pay attention to the noise is gone. Those loudspeakers and the bat wing lights and the gravel and the person with the striped coat and the cigarette in his mouth telling you how cute your kid is, kind of that retail exposure is gone, and it's been really matched to the customer today. So loudspeakers are, there isn't a development we've done in 34 years that has loudspeakers. I'm not going to be here either. As it relates to light, we've been benefited with the LED technology quite a bit. And the example that I use to car dealers as well, because it's hard sometimes to understand technology and lighting, LED continues to evolve. But the light trespass that you can put light on a subject and have a 2-degree trespass. So within 2 degrees behind it, no light hits it. Of course, there may be some reflective light and other things, but as it relates to direct light, and as the photo showed, it's really a remarkable way to be a good neighbor, and it's been wonderful in our 34 years of being a better with our lighting. The example I give is when you go camping, you can tighten up that camp light to a very small pin or widen it open to the whole campfire or the whole area of the campfire. Every LED, including the one on the back of your phone, those little pieces there, is lensed. And so as long as they're lensed correctly, it really allows us to be a good neighbor. So I'll stop there, but those are the three pieces I normally come across. And we're really happy to be here tonight and excited for this development.
Mr. Mellows, could you also educate council on some of the SAM's restrictions in terms of your deed? I think that's interesting information, I think important for them to hear.
It is really important, and some topics were brought up in that dialogue. These are single-spaced comma restrictions out of our sales agreement. They're straight out of the sales agreement. There are hundreds on here. And one of the...
Well, highlight some of the important ones like grocery stores and things like that
so the
that our neighbors are asking us to build.
Yeah, Sprouts.
So we highlighted things like grocery stores, supermarket, pharmacies, things that discount department stores. All of those are in a bucket that says no. And it's just Walmart, which is Sam's parent company's way of protecting their territory even when they're gone. So when the question came up recently, we went ahead and made a phone call. Actually, I sent an email and then a phone call to Teresa Hibbard at Walmart. And she was very quick to get back and point out that no, we would not, in fact, give you the opportunity to have any amendment to your deed restricted use. It's a 50-year restriction. We would be more than happy to build a Sprouts, a Trader Joe's, anything on the site that we could. We're restricted to do so. And there are many other restrictions. Some of them we would all agree don't belong there no matter what. But there are many that might show up that might even support the trade area, especially as growth to the north and the east were to continue over time. But we're just restricted from doing it. We're a developer that I think we're known for being very good neighborly developers, and we'd be thrilled to build a Trader Joe's if we could.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Bob?
I have a long comment before I finally ask you a question. I just want to say I'm really excited about this project. It's at probably the most prime corner in our community. It's a good gateway project, I-10 and Florence Boulevard. I think we're all envisioning a very modern auto mall with major car manufacturer dealerships in there. Is there anything you can tell us to assure us that it won't be a collection of buy here, pay here used car lots?
That's an excellent question. So normally my answer is it's too expensive, and out of the 1,200 car dealership sites I've done and the dozens of auto malls we've been involved with, we've never had to tote the note once. Okay. But the root of your question is addressed this way. In order for Bob's Toyota to be approved on that site, you need OEM approval. The OEM is Toyota, so that's the franchisor. Bob Toyota would be the franchisee. In order for that to occur, they have to approve not only the site, your financials, your background, your team, everything else. They also have to approve your designs. And so their interest is always to promote the latest design that they have out there. For Toyota, I think it's Roman numeral 9 now that they call it. So they upgrade constantly, and in our consumer shoes, we might see it more in a McDonald's, where 5 years ago, maybe it was a certain color, now it's stacked rock, and now it's arches with different things. And as those progress, the OEMs progress their customer experience as well. And so the only way that dealers would be able to make this site their home is if they agree to very high standards that the OEMs mandate, materials, color, interiors, interior experience, size of conference rooms. They're very, very specific, and those all have to be approved. The dealer has to agree. The dealer would only agree if they think there's a future. And so I think that the dealers that we talk to and will continue to talk to see a future in Casa Grande with all the wonderful news, employment, and housing that's here. Since the Gary Cropper days, maybe it's finally time that we get to business. So I believe it is, and the OEMs are quite strict. In many cases, they're more strict than hotels, more strict than fast foods. If you want to see some of the recent designs, just look in any metro center that's new. We did Santan Motorplex, Superstition Springs. We did the Penske Mall in North Scottsdale, Tempe Autoplex, Surprise 303 Auto Show, Scottsdale Auto Show is our most recent development. That's a perfect example. All those stores are built in the last 3 years, and just look at those and imagine the facades of those put on and around and undulated on the Sam's box, and you'll start to get a feeling of the type of aesthetic that would have come with the effort.
Well, I appreciate that, and like I said, I'm excited to see it come about. I think that'll be a great addition to our community.
Lisa?
You know, and I agree. Of course, I was excited, but then when I started seeing all the emails come through, and, you know, you talked about being a good neighbor, and I really appreciate you working with our staff and trying to identify and go over the whole compatibility measures and work with them. I mean, you can see that you outline some of the concerns and address them and how you can be that good neighbor. But, you know, but it does seem like a great location, especially when you think what can go in that area. I mean, it is really ideal. And, you know, when you look at where retail is going with bricks and mortar, you know, I mean, a lot of places are closing. So, but no, I'm excited to see this, but I just wanted to, you know, I know a lot of the people that wrote letters aren't here tonight, but I'm sure they're watching. And I just want them to know that, you know, we really appreciate them providing that input. I mean, that's what this whole process is about, is having a public hearing, getting the input. and I appreciated the input, definitely took it into consideration, but I do feel that our staff and the applicant have worked through a lot of the issues that they have, but I, do sincerely thank them, and I hope as we move forward, with traffic issue, analysis and some of the other conditional use permits, there's gonna, they get involved and provide input. But I appreciate you being patient with them, but I'm glad that they did provide some of the concerns that they have.
Well, Mayor and Councilwoman, I appreciate that the police chief earlier didn't stop us for the many times we drove on the roads, looking between their houses, trying to understand viewpoints and everything else so that we were good neighbors.
Good. Thank you.
Donna?
So I have a couple things, so indulge me for just a minute until my voice goes out. First of all, thank you. I know that I had time to spend on the phone with you this past week, and, this is, some of the letters that we got. We got a lot of them. Between staff and what I received, there was well over 30. And the top 3 things that stood out to me was the lighting, the traffic, and the noise. You have addressed those, and I appreciate that. We will have, different hearings along the way, so I think that this is a starting point. We're not anywhere near where, they think we're going to be. And I appreciate the fact that so many of our residents ask these questions because they challenge us to make sure we know what we're doing. And I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you all have been very patient and have answered the same questions dozens of times in many different ways. And it wasn't to trick you, but it was because we needed to know that answer. So I appreciate that. There were a lot of people very much in favor of development in this area, but they were concerned about some of the things that were going to go in there. And I think that we need to ease their mind as we go forward and help them understand that this is a process where some things will have to come back to the planning and zoning. I will say that I am extremely disappointed in Sam's Club, and I think that, I know that it's a business, but I felt long ago, and I've been very vocal about this, that they have left us high and dry. I'm disappointed in all the things that they have put on anybody that wants to purchase that land. That being said, you have worked through those. You have jumped through so many hoops because of that, and I appreciate that you didn't give up on Casa Grande. We are worth it, and we're worth fighting for, but so are our citizens. And so I hope that as we move forward, you will continue to be, respectful of their concerns because it is their home. Lastly, I do have to mention that some of the letters, and I know that a lot of you got them, there were so many people that were very professional and supportive. There were several that were not, and I'm disappointed in that, but that does not outweigh the process. And I will say that what we're going to have in this location is far better than what Sam's Club has left this site and how they have taken care of the site. So I think that, yes, it will be improved, but it will be a classy improvement, and I appreciate that. I would hope that as we move forward, that the community in that area understand that this kind of business doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have a lot of crime. We're not going to have bums on that side of the freeway, and that, that there are people that deserve to have this opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Mr. Herman?
I hate following Donna, very well said. But I do appreciate your patience.
You can just say ditto.
Yeah, well, I have a few other comments. I do appreciate your patience, and if you say Gary Cropper, you've been very patient, because I used to rake their yard when and his wife paid better than him, but we won't leave that. But, I appreciate, because the first things I started hearing was, we don't want an auto mall because of the lights, we don't want, because of this, because of the loudspeakers, because of the views. And that, at the planning commission, on a 7-0 vote with your guys' help, every single one of those got addressed. And then the next letters I'm getting is, hey, we like the auto mall. And that's a good example of how you're working with the neighborhood. And Jim's presentation really helped me with the 75-foot buffer on the side against the homes there. And that was good. And it just goes to show how willing you are and easy to work with, I think. And one of our biggest goals, as me as a council, I think us as a city, is to repurpose these large buildings. And here we have someone who wants to do it, someone who's good to work with, something that's going to create a lot of sales tax dollars, you know, something that's good for our community, and we need to help work together so that we can make these things happen, to make the best decision for everyone. And you answered a question I was going to have, is you're going to have a facade for each type of dealership on the building? Okay, that's a neat idea too. You know, and the other thing that helps is that all of these other ancillary decisions will have to come back, and you'll get another bite at the apple and make sure it's something. And I did a quick calculation to answer Mr. Lavender's question about, it's about 2 acres, according to Google Maps, for that Circle K. And one of the other concerns I got about the convenience store was crime. So the police chief and his staff helped me out very much. And I mean, I can go into a lot of these, but basically the Circle K, which I think is the most similar, the one on McCartney, close to the freeway, close to a neighborhood. In the last year, January 1st through December 31st, there were 12 calls for service, 1 per month at the Circle K. And the neighborhood behind there, again, 16 calls for service in the neighborhood, which is, you know, comparable to another neighborhood that we pulled that's near Circle K, 19 calls for service. And my own neighborhood is 500 feet from a Circle K, my own house 1,000 feet from a 24-hour Circle K. And I personally have never experienced any problems. Actually, it's convenient. But, I mean, I say that fine, but it really is, you know, but again, to alleviate people's concerns is that you're willing to listen, we're willing to listen. I appreciate all the emails. I think I answered all of them. I really tried. And then, but again, it's not, tonight we're not saying, oh yeah, you can put a 12-pump Circle K there by any means. I mean, it has to come back before they can do anything. So I appreciate you working with it, and I appreciate repurposing this building that could sit vacant for a longer time. And I like the idea of the other one, but auto dealerships need to be near the freeway. I'm sure that's your business plan, so, you know, it's a great location.
Anyone else? All right, I just want to add my thanks and my ditto to Donna's comments, and really, you know, don't give up on us. I think it's a good reuse of that product or that piece of property, and I know you'll do a good job on the other pieces as well, so thank you.
We will.
Okay.
Mayor, Councilwoman, Councilman, thank you.
Sorry we kept you here so late. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing, unless there's any other public who wants to speak. I didn't ask that. Okay, seeing none, then I will close the public hearing, and we'll move to L4 and consider an ordinance number, please. Gloria?
1 second, please. Lost my place.
Took too long, I made you lose your place?
That's it, yeah, I lost my place. Ordinance number 1178.228.1. An ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, approving a major amendment to a portion of the commercial component of the Mission Royale planned area development adopted for property generally located at the southeast corner of I-10 and Florence Boulevard, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve ordinance number 1178.228.1.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved, and I have a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please, Gloria?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember McBride.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Huddleston.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right. That's the end of our public hearings tonight. The next item on our agenda is reports. It's 10 o'clock. I remind you to keep your reports short. So I'll start with you, Mr. Huddleston.
Mayor, I did attend the periodic, I guess it's not monthly, CAG board meeting. On January 27th. It was held via Zoom. Once again, not a lot of things that dealt with us, although I do appreciate being able to attend the meetings and assist in discussion with all the many projects that they are working on. The one thing that they did bring up that does affect us, although I don't have any details on it, but they talked about the transportation study that they are involved in, but I believe will be presented to us by Sun Corridor. But anyway, that's pending, and hopefully we'll see that soon. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few, I just wanted to say how sad it was, and I'm sure everyone, to learn the passing of David Snyder. Great influence on our city, served our city well in many different capacities and county, an all-around good guy and funny guy. So it's just a shock, and he will be missed in our community. And also, the Youth Commission is going to do a Garden of Sunshine cleanup because it's an outdoor activity and they can socially distance, and the weather will hopefully be nice that weekend. So that's it.
Great. Lisa?
And I just wanted to send my deepest condolences to David Snyder's family. Of course, it's a huge loss, and I know a lot of our staff has dealt with him, and it's still shocking. I also wanted to share good news. I'm sure you guys have seen that Merlin D'Souza, she's come here many times and presented with Mr. Morris. One of the students at Casa Grande Union is going to be going to Harvard next semester. So it was no surprise when I read it. I mean, I just, you just see everything she's done, and when she comes in and meets here at the office at our meeting. So I'm excited for her. And I know I mentioned last meeting the whole eviction prevention program that Deputy Chief Leos and Cara have been working on, and it looks like that's been extended to March 31st with the eviction moratorium. But Chief Leos has been really good with prevention. They set up a meeting with some of the apartment complexes throughout town and landlords, and still moving forward with providing information on how people can get money to help them with rent. Because of course we want to try to keep people housed. It's way easier keeping them housed than getting them on the street and rehousing them. So, and the county has $14 million that they're working with DES in providing to people for rent. So that's pretty much it. Just stay safe, don't let your guard down. This virus, COVID, is still out there, and we can't let our guards down.
Donna?
Just a couple things, even though I was in quarantine with my husband for 2 weeks. With COVID, I still had the opportunity, thankfully, because of Zoom, to attend a couple meetings. The annual chamber board meeting happened. And then also just a kudos to Steve Miller that represents the Casa Grande area for the Pinal Partnership. He is our current chair and represents us well. So I was able to attend that and learn about our new Board of Supervisors, that, we need to be good neighbors with them and make sure that we know what they're doing as well. Lisa and I both had the opportunity with Steve Weaver and a couple other folks on the CARES funding, the grant reviews again. So we've been working on that the last couple weeks. Of course, David Snyder, being on planning and zoning, has contributed much to our community. So condolences to his family, as well as the Kaywood family for Mr. Kaywood's passing. That's it.
Mr. Lavender?
Well, that young lady that's going to Harvard went to Valago Middle School, so we're very proud as well. And we have more headed that way. But this Friday is the deadline for the Cesar Chavez scholarships for this year, so if you can help spread the word on that. Larry, I enjoyed seeing your award on Twitter this last weekend. Congratulations. I'd also want to share. I also want to share condolences for David Snyder. I had the unique opportunity to work with David on the city level, on the campaign level, and he was on our school board for 18 years, and such a hole has been on our board now as he was the president with brand-new board members, and so it's going to be a while to replace all that institutional knowledge. One thing I always respected about David is whenever I asked for him to come to an assembly to recognize students, he never missed the opportunity to recognize students. He loved it. He was one of those rare politicians that loved campaigning as much as sitting in the back room talking about water. And I much preferred the campaign side of David than talking about water. But he will be missed, and I'm going to miss talking to him and him telling me what I'm supposed to be doing up here.
Okay, great, thank you. I just have one question to Larry Raines. How did you get the award for City Manager of the Year when you're a contractor? It's the same thing.
Touche.
I just can't say his name. Well, I too want to send my condolences out to the Snyder family and to Marilyn, and I think that it was a sad day for us last week. Also, just to remind everybody, the CARES Act Part 3 is still out there in terms of our businesses, individual needs, so please check our website. And I know that Donna and I think Lisa and Stephen have been working as a committee, and I think Mackenzie too, right? Mackenzie's part of that group, so.
Carla.
And Carla, yes, thank you, Carla, too. So get those in, get those requests in. We may look at trying to extend that, but that'll come back to council, so depending on what kind of activity we've seen. And then I did want to give you all an update on the PRTA. We had our board meeting last week. It is moving forward, and it's actually moving pretty quickly. We're trying to anticipate that the Superior Court will give us a verdict, probably not until the middle of summer. So the good news of that, at least according to our attorney, is that the longer it takes, the better it is for us, which means that they don't think the Supreme Court would drag it out if they wanted to stop the collection of the tax. So we believe that will continue. Right now, it's about $51 million that's in the escrow account. We are now working with all the cities and municipalities to collect the fact sheets that will be used to create the IGAs that will all come back to you all. You will all end up seeing this in the end. But the fact sheet, for example, on Thornton Road, what's it going to cost, who's going to pay for it, you know, all the details on that project. And that will be probably one of the first projects that the PRTA will pay for. So we need to be ready for it, and I know staff is working on it, and that then rolls into an IGA, and then all the IGAs roll into what's called a Transportation Improvement Project, or TIP. And anyway, that's where we're at, and they're putting all those IGAs together, and you'll start to hear about a lot more about it. And then just remind everybody, keep an eye on your legislators. There's a lot of bills in there, and a lot of them are bad. So I'll continue to forward that to you, and if you will, please reach out to the people you know in the legislature, whether they're our representative or not, even if you know others, which I know you do. Any communication you have with them would be appreciated. We're also putting together and working on the final touches of the Growing Horizon magazine, the next one, the new one, working with the Blossom Group. So you'll start to see some materials coming out of that. We're actually going to have a video, 5 to 8 minute video that we'll be able to use, and we'll also have on our website. So it should be a pretty cool piece that we can use in presentations and some other stuff that kind of highlight Casa Grande and what's going on here. Lucid and all that other cool stuff, because we have video from Lucid, we've got video from all kinds of stuff. So you'll start to see that. When it gets a little closer and before it goes to press or something, I'll make sure that y'all get a copy and at least look at it electronically so you can kind of give us your 2 cents on it and get your input. So that's all I have. I actually have a lot more, but I'm not going to go into the COVID numbers. The last 5 days, they have come down. I've talked to the hospital. They're still at 170% capacity on their ICU, which means they have ICU everywhere and scrambling for people still. They're not feeling as pressed, so which means there's a little steam coming off the pot that's relieving some of the pressure, but we can't let up our guard. I know as more people get vaccinated and we get the second vaccines, I know I'm scheduled for my second one this week, so I'll let you know how that goes. Larry, too, aren't you? When are you getting yours? Yeah. I knew you were just before me. Yeah, on Thursday, so if you don't see us Thursday or Friday, you'll know we're at home in bed. Okay. Any other comments? All right. The city council meeting is adjourned.